Tell us how you slew them old harems 2 by 2. Like the Zulus, they had knives, bows, and arrows. But how bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened all the natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA.
Come out, you black and tans. Welcome in, early chatters. Welcome in. It's a beautiful, beautiful sunny Sunday.
Tell how you stand the brave Parnell and taught them well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
How you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra.
Ding dong, the witch is dead.
Oh, come out, you pretty sons, come out and fight without your guns. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Let's go, chat. Let's go. We are starting in a couple of minutes. Today the music is schizo, the mood is schizo, because life is schizo. Haydi.
تائها أنأى شيئا فشيئا عن حلمي لا لن أبقى هكذا مكبل اليدين فأنا أحس بالحنين لنفسي لا يأس بعد الآن لا تقل فات الأوان
Let's go White boy jihad summer. Alhamdulillah, solid jihad. Jihad kurwa. Thank you, Fat Pikachu, for the 11 months, my friend. Thank you very much for the sub.
ننسى ما فات ونبني لنا مستقبلا أفضل.
Welcome in chat, welcome in chat, welcome in chat. It is a beautiful, beautiful sunny Sunday, the 13th of July, between 6:40 and 8:40. I hope you're all doing mighty, mighty well. You have made it through yet another week, and I am here to wrap it in a nice little bowl and ship it out. You're alive. That's what matters. Hello, chat. How you doing this fine day? I am back in the office, okay? This is my office. I'm a serious man. I refer to this room as my office, okay? Welcome to my office. So yeah, I came back from the seaside. It's good to be back with proper air conditioning. I'm still keeping this mask because I've really been enjoying being able to breathe. It's quite nice. I forgot it's a human trait. It's a human necessity to an extent to receive enough oxygen in order for the brain and the mouth to operate properly. But yeah, we're back, chat. We are back to our OG position. I got screens everywhere right now, okay? I feel like a serious stock trader, but I do not trade in stock. I trade in ideas. And you all are my market. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How are you guys doing? I'm doing mighty, mighty fine. Yesterday, I went out with some friends. A friend is getting divorced. Pretty crazy shit. Like, he was out of his mind, fucked up. He was like, I'm getting divorced. We're going fucking crazy. And we went crazy. They went a little bit too crazy. Like, the substances they were using. I didn't even know that there was like a blend of MDMA and LSD that you can snort. What the like, I'm not a drugs guy. I am not a drugs guy. But I always live vicariously through other people to an extent. And I was like, such a thing exists? Yeah, and it's taken up the nose. I have very strange friends. But yeah, yesterday I went out, no hangover because I didn't do too many shots. I am super fresh. During the day yesterday, we drove back to the city that I currently occupy. Okay, the city is occupied by the Gunnar Child Soldier Army of Yugopnik. Okay, that is truly a sentence I've said today. I got a new addition to my home. I have officially entered the bourgeoisie. Okay, I have a butler. I have a manservant. But fret not, it is just a dirty clanker, okay? It's just a clanker. They don't have human rights. It's just a clanker. For the first time in my life, I got one of those robot cleaners, those little thingies that go around your house and clean. I had never owned one. Is it JT? Yeah, JT's not human. Hard R always on them goddamn clankers. Ain't no goddamn clanker dating my daughter, okay? Or my son. Would you like a thought daughter or a clanker son? But yeah, it's quite good. It's really good. It managed to map out the whole apartment. I just want to ask you guys, you rich chatters that have always had one, is it supposed to constantly hit everything? I mean, it's still mapping out the area, but that thing has been like committing harakiri every 10 seconds. Like, it's just been aggressively piling on many different corners of the apartment. It's already got scratches on it. There's no way that's normal, right? I just have a wacky apartment. Clankers are good if they are subservient. Absolutely, brother. This one I got right here is one of the good goddamn clankers. It was a gift. It was a gift from my fiance's parents for our engagement. And you know, the optics aren't really good because the clanker is also black. Okay, the clanker is black. So I want to make sure that everyone knows that I feel comfortable mistreating my clanker only because it is a robot. The fact that it happens to be black has nothing to do with my mistreatment of that goddamn little manservant, okay? Is this a normal Balkan meal? But yeah, that's pretty much all the updates. I went out yesterday. I posted and later deleted some of the events on Instagram. If you want to see Yugo After Dark, that's pretty much where you should go. Yugo After Dark, this is the profile. It's just Yugopnik on the fucking thing. Here I was making fun of myself.
Fucking Zoomer. Fucking Zoomer.
The socks, I'm looking at.
Fucking Zoomer. Aging Zoomer, okay, he's in between, and your unk up in here, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it looks like shit. I need to buy one of those long. And yeah, this is the only other shot that I've kept. There was one with a half-naked guy basically doing, what do you call it? Doing arm wrestling for like an hour. Like just two drugged up dudes doing arm wrestling for an hour because they can't get tired. Is this a normal Balkan meal? What is this?
Fraților, cu 30 de lei am mâncat de nu mai pot purta, bă.
Oh, look at this!
Ieftin și bun, bă, veniți aici, bă.
Romania! Oh!
Până și strângeți lovele, că se anunță timpuri grele.
Absolutely, just a couple of wholesome fucking friends eating on top of the hood of their car, okay? Okay? We did it before anyone else. I'm not a millennial, okay? I am not a millennial. I'm on the border to an extent. Though my sock game is very millennial. I want you all to retweet this right now. It is not a question, it is an order from your captain, okay? From your captain. I delete these afterwards, so it's not going to fuck with your algorithm. This is to get as many people as possible into our streams. And also, I think it's a great blast-off meme. Wake the fuck up, wage slave. Put on that customer service smile and get those goddamn crumbs, okay? Oh, you got the link in beautiful, beautiful chat. But yes, baby boy, we are back in the comfy office. The camera isn't shaking, as you motherfuckers can notice. The shit ain't shaking, okay? The way it was constantly doing this while I was streaming from the seaside. So it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Already has battle damage. I'm also a cusp millennial. Is that what we call ourselves? Cusp millennials. So you're a zillennial twin. Let's go! We don't use this site. Millennials are eternally banned from Twitch, okay? It is a safe space for the progressive youth. Twitch is ableist to old people. Ageist. Is that the term? Ageist. Ageism is going to become relevant, you know when Zoomers become old. They're going to be like... oh, they're now doing to me what I did to the old people for a very long time. That is absolutely unacceptable. Okay, let's start some drama today. Does it sound good? Where the fuck is my daily goal? God damn it. There it is, daily goal. Okay, let's hit that beautiful daily goal today, chat. Remember, $6 a month, free through Prime or by oiling your boy up is the only way this show manages to stay independent and keep fucking moving and sustainable, and words and begging on the internet is what I'm doing right now. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Let's hit that beautiful goal. And let's start some shit. I already started some shit in the previous stream that I did on Friday with CONTRAPOINTS, but obviously I probably held something back because I am not as full of testosterone, anger, and incredible academic analysis the way our boy EMPANADA is. So coming to us straight from the prisons of Argentina, the greatest attack dog off the digital left, Bet EMPANADA enters the ring against now grifter trader and liberal Zionist CONTRAPOINTS. Who will win? We will know. Bet EMPANADA is peak male performance, one hundo. And by the way, I apologize for my voice sounding a little bit different. I'm not doing a pirate software thing. I'm not trying to pretend that I have a very deep voice. I just, I screamed a lot yesterday, okay? My sessions when I go out are like 12 hours at least. I went out at 5 p.m., I came back at 5 a.m. Thank God I got a fucking woman in the house. You would never catch me at home. The Mike video is good too. Watch so I can request him to watch Yugo live videos too in a circle jerk. I would love to circle jerk. I would love to circle jerk with Mike. I would love to circle jerk with Mike. Let me put this in the... Why you not put it in list? Ah, okay, it is in list. Okay. We'll start with this one and then Anne hit me up later on and we'll switch to the We'll switch to Mike as well. Anyways, let's fucking start this fucking infighting. Let's not infighting. It's not infighting because CONTRAPOINTS is officially a fucking grifter, liberal Zionist that makes everything about herself and that believes she owes nothing to the community that, well, gave her a fucking platform. Okay. Who will think about the repercussions of actively and violently combating Zionism? We must, CONTRAPOINTS' whole post was somebody got that clip. Chat. So you guys are fucking smart, okay? You're internet pilled. Got that clip of Yellow Parenti saying the liberals will be most concerned with what will happen to the fascists after a revolution. Please hit me up with that link right now, because that's the energy CONTRAPOINTS' lack of points. CONTRAPOINTS more like no points whatsoever. That's the energy it was giving. Okay, give me that Yellow Parenti clip right now. Come on. If you're not a sub, I'll give you a sub if you manage to be the first one. Let's go. Oh. My private account still can't add videos. Toasty, like, fix it, bruv. Ain't nobody giving me a link. You guys got weak game, man. You got weak game today. What the fuck? We sleepy. It's Sunday. We sleepy boys. No, Yellow Parenti fascists. Probably. Is he going to come out? The first thing they're going to be concerned about. Is it this one?
Existing socialist country, if you don't want to call them socialist, had before. And that Pacino, I said, you that person. I can read the eye.
Probably no clip on YouTube, unfortunately. Well, I wanted to make a good allegory for you guys. Here's the clip. That's Robo. That's my fucking OG. Here's the clip. And Robo sends me an 1 hour 33 video. I should still thank you, Robo. Robo's like, here's the clip. Here's a literal movie. Where is it in the clip?
In terms, the reason you invest is to accumulate. And your accumulation of capital has no purpose or meaning unless you can mix it with labor to yet.
I was going to send it to you, the whole thing. Thank you so much.
Country, give money to the rich people of a...
It's okay. Try transcript, CTRLF. Jesus, that's some crazy shit right there. What the fuck is a transcript? It's here, right? Show transcript and then CTRL-F liberals. There you go. There you go. This is CONTRAPOINTS, okay? You want to hear CONTRAPOINTS in Israel? This is CONTRAPOINTS in Israel.
Liberals feel the day after the revolution, the passion and concern they feel for the fascists, the civil rights and civil liberties of those fascists who were dumping and destroying and murdering people before. Now the revolution has got to be perfect. It's got to be flawless. Well, that isn't my criteria. My criteria is what happens to those people.
Bars? Did I stutter, motherfucker? Did I stutter, motherfucker?
Who couldn't read. What happens to those babies that couldn't eat, that died of hunger? And that's why I support revolution. The revolution that frees...
We must think about the existence of Israel as a Jewish state and the complications enacted through the criticism of the Jewish state and how that influences widespread perception of... Bruh, get the fuck out of here, okay? Get the fuck out of here.
Truth preach, mashallah. Okay, let's get started. Oh, my references are on point today.
Isn't it?
Also, I am drinking orange juice. Okay, orange juice, the eternal cleanser of hangovers. Though it's not really good to drink like high concentrated fruit while your liver is struggling, because this shit, is pretty difficult for the liver to process as well. But you have to consider the aesthetics of things. Let's make a 3-hour video about the aesthetics of anti-Zionists. OJ and vapes. That's a hard brekkie. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. That's how we live it up, baby. That's how we live it up. Every subscription goes to vapes and OJ.
innately genocidal,
How could OJ do anything wrong when it treats me so well every morning? Okay, that one was bad.
Zionism is an
Did OJ die? OJ's dead, right? OJ is rest in piss, right? Or OJ is still alive. Is OJ Simpson? That's literally Simpson still alive. Still alive. Oh, he committed the D? He committed D? Okay, he committed D.
innately genocidal, ethno-nationalist ideology. It aims to create an exclusive ethnic Jewish society that gives special privileges to Jews in a place in which there already were, and still are, millions of non-Jews. This necessitates genocide, as the only way to achieve this goal is to get rid of a sufficient number of those who were there before to make Jews at least a majority, and thus make it possible to eliminate the previous society and replace it with this new one. This is textbook genocide in both intent and practice. It is thus innate to Zionism. And this is true whether they are a Zionist that wants all of Palestine, or they are a Zionist who is willing to settle for the so-called two-state solution, where they do this to only half of the land that they have usurped. Taking half of a land and eliminating the previous society and as many of the previous inhabitants as you can from it, so that you can have an ethnic supremacist state there, is still genocide.
And she also implies that the two-state solution as an option even is a failed project from the get-go, not because it's hypocritical and it endorses settler colonialism, but because there's no political will in the American establishment regarding a two-state solution. It's so absurd, dude. Even the bare minimum, which, nobody is even considering as legitimate, is is a failed cause in the eyes of 0 points haver.
That's why the Genocide Convention goes to pains to repeatedly specify that it is still genocide if it's done in part. Now you might be thinking, based on my description there, that, this sounds quite a bit like...
You look like Kneecap. I am. When I don't stream, I do my less important job of being part of the most... the coolest and most successful when it comes to political activism band on the planet, okay? Prove me I'm wrong. Part-time Kneecap, bro.
Nazism. After all, the Nazis wanted to kill or enslave everyone they did not consider to be a part of their ethnic in-group all across Eastern Europe and build a sprawling Aryan society on the ruins of the societies that they genocided. And you'd be right, because these two ideologies are very similar at their core. The only reason that Zionism does not and probably could not rise to the scale of depravity that Nazism did is merely because its circumstances are very different. The Nazis were much more numerous with much more territory.
Speak Irish then? Go on and fuck a quart arn he is el hramere me pussy. Whoever knows what I said knows.
Resources at their disposal, and they consider themselves to be beholden to no one. The
You probably understood the last word, right?
Zionists know that this is not the case for them. They are smaller, weaker, totally dependent on international support to even exist, and are additionally now in a different time where moral standards have shifted. So they need to be much more careful with their rhetoric and with their actions, and make sure that their end goal, which is...
This video goes hard. I watched it earlier. Cuphead always coming in chat and being like, yo, I already watched the thing you're watching, okay? Up your game, brother. Up your game. I respect it.
Careful with their rhetoric and with their actions, and make sure that their end goal, which is extremely similar to the Nazi end goal, is worked towards more discreetly. This is why liberal Zionism is a thing, but liberal Nazism wasn't. The Nazis had no need for such rhetorical strategies. The Zionists do. These are differences merely in practical circumstances, not goals. It just so happens that, more recently, the Zionists have been pushing the bounds of what they can get away with. And it's turned out that they can actually get away with doing far, far more than what they'd previously thought they could. I've talked about this 100 times over at this point, as have countless others. This is not anything novel anymore. And you'd think that with the Gaza genocide about to enter its second year, we wouldn't need to be touching on this again, as these facts about Zionism are more obvious than they ever have been before. And they were already pretty obvious. Apparently not though, because one of YouTube's biggest intellectuals seems to have avoided getting this memo. ContraPoint
Intellectuals, literally completely sabotaging the entire premise that ContraPoints knew what the fuck she's talking about through her address of a very simple, cut and dry issue of genocidal settler colonialism. Like this is the most like obvious, easiest line to cross, a bare minimum, okay? That is asked from anyone that defines themselves as a leftist to unequivocally, okay, be against settler colonial genocide. How the fuck am I supposed to listen to any of your opinions on any topic whatsoever if you can't get that right? Okay? This isn't like canceling or bullshit fucking internet speech of that sort. I will not read a book on leftist ideology or whatever, or progressive politics, written by someone who does not understand settler colonial genocide, because they don't know what they're talking about. It's like,
A new child soldier.
I don't know what allegory I could even make. It's like you've read a bunch of cookbooks from a guy, and then you watch him on a stream struggle to make an omelet. And you're like, what? This guy was teaching me how to cook? I ain't reading his books anymore. Okay? So it's not canceling into, oh, she should not have a platform. It just like, why would you listen to someone who'd like just show their ass in this way? It shows she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about when it comes to progressive politics that isn't on very particular social issues. Did you watch The Menu? Of course, I've watched every movie to ever exist. It's great. Yeah. It says a lot of things about exactly what we're talking about. Thank you, Dear It's Milky, for the first sub of the day. Welcome back to the community, my friend, for 4 months. Thank you very much, Ka.
who is one of the platform's most prominent purveyors of style over substance, has decided to release a statement complaining about people sharing the pleas of genocided Palestinians for assistance and to be heard. A bit too much, as she posits that this is potentially alienating to decent people. One must wonder how a Zionist can be a decent person, right? Given the inherently abhorrent...
She's doing that narcissistic elite thing where she pretends her station gives her a broader perspective and a higher plane of ethical considerations. She's thought about it a lot. 100%. 100%. That's why I very specifically call her a sellout. Her material conditions have changed. She's now a relatively mainstream celebrity, interacting with some of the highest circles of power in Washington, and she no longer feels for the dirty, smelly working masses or the strange, unhinged communists. Because, you know, she's on another team now. She shifted her alliance. That's it. And it's very difficult for someone not to shift their alliance once they start becoming extremely popular, once they start making a lot of money from all of this, etc., etc. That's why I put major respect on my shit on somebody like Hassan or somebody like JT that bring in like very serious fucking numbers, and yet they remained principled fucking socialists. They continue pushing the people down the leftist funnel, right? That's my whole, like, the reason I will support, like, very openly creators that might not be to my liking when it comes to just how, quote-unquote, radical or whatever they are, or because they're not well-read enough on a particular topic, etc., or because they're hiding their power levels. I will support them as long as they're not shooting downwards on the pipeline, as long as they're not trying to keep people from developing more and more class consciousness, a greater understanding of imperialism, of the capitalist state, of the capitalist induced relations amongst people, blah blah blah, all the fucking shit, you know. As long as they don't try to sabotage it. I mean, Yugopnik pipeline, like, this is literally what I talk about in this fucking video. Okay? Right? Where is the fucking funnel? Funnel. Okay? You see these? Okay? You see these? Those are called tumors. I don't even mention them necessarily here. Okay? See these? These? Tumors. What the hell are tumors? Tumors are people that are at a particular point of the funnel, but they refuse to push people further down the funnel. Do you understand me? So they keep them, or they leak them out even. They turn them into consumers of content for the sake of content. Do you understand me? And Contra, by quite literally making this statement and through it making fun of communists and all sorts of progressives that really care about these issues, okay, and that are ardently pro-Palestine with no questions asked, okay, by attacking those people, she has become a tumor on the pipeline and no longer serves said pipeline, okay? Growth for growth's sake is the ideology of a cancer, absolutely. Even the Chapo boys went after her, of course. Was she before that? To an extent, no. Okay, look at my list. This was made 1 year ago. Do you see a CONTRAPOINTS here anywhere? Do you see a CONTRAPOINTS here? Do you see a CONTRAPOINTS here? No, you don't, because I fucking guessed this since almost 2 years ago. November 11, 2023. The signs were already there. Since the leftists just want to endlessly critique, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Guessed it since then, because it was easy. I love being proven right. I just didn't want to be petty. And in the video, I do not mention who the tumors are. But it's, implied, because if they're not on the list, I either don't even think you're a fucking leftist or you are a tumor on the pipeline. And yes, chat, the best red flag on whether somebody's a tumor on the pipeline is whether they punch left. Okay? Whether they actively punch left. That's the Yugopnik theory, at least. Which I unironically do consider fucking theory. It's applying both marketing theory, political radicalization theory, and so on to digital content. Nobody's made this before me. Not to fucking, toot my own horn, but I'm going to toot my own horn, okay? Obviously, I want this critiqued, and I want this developed. I want it to become more complex by people smarter than me. But there, I gave you the bedrock. So start hitting on it, okay? Make it better. Apply materialist thinking. Some by accident I might have forgotten. Right? Is Rev left on there? Yes, there you go. Revolutionary left, yeah. A few I had forgotten, unintentionally, but only a few. I'm going to make a prediction. I hope we'll be wrong, but probably won't. But I think Philosophy Tube will go down a similar path. Yeah, there's signs already. She's entertaining, but such silence and both-sided behavior on Gaza from someone in her position is absolutely unacceptable. Yes, there's signs already, unfortunately. But I'll, keep my mouth shut, even though I just said too much. I don't want to punch left. There you go, because I don't want to do that shit. Unless somebody really shows us their fucking ass crack, the way CONTRAPOINTS just has.
the Zionist ideology. One must wonder what the problem is with alienating people who believe in ethnic supremacy.
Yeah, I put Mike twice. Yeah. Do you see how much I wasn't in the Twitch space back then? Like, I always respected Mike's work, but I was confused on whether, fucking Mike and Central Committee, are they two different things? Back then I thought it was two different things, so I just put them both. I was really not in the Twitch space back then. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. There's a shit ton of great streamers I would add here now. Yeah, I know. It was crazy. I know. Okay, I know. I always watch like Mike on clips and so on. I follow Mike on Twitter since forever, and always really, really respected Mike's work. Mike's fucking brilliant. I just, didn't do enough research to realize that it's not two people. Liberals count as left. No, they don't.
And genocide. That seems like a good thing to do, actually. In her attempt to explain this, she falls flat, as you would expect, because she's trying to justify the unjustifiable. Her statement is the most generic liberal Zionist garbage I think I've ever seen. I, and probably many of you watching this, have already heard this crap a million times before, and it's so formulaic.
What's up, Jokula? You in here trying to start shit? I still love you. You can't, because Jokula's a brilliant organizer and everything. Jokula always wants to, this chatter always wants to, irk my shit, fucking fondle my balls. But I love you, Jokula. You can't do it. You can't. No matter how much shit you try to start.
That I honestly have a tough time believing that it wasn't at least partly written by AI. She writes, many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a ContraPoints video about Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No. So firstly, I don't actually want you to make a video, and I think I speak for most people when I say that, because your videos are really bad, totally useless from a practical standpoint. The best way to describe them is, nice gowns. And from everything we already knew about your opinion before you released this statement, we knew that it was terrible. Aside from that, you have actually made rushed out videos for individual issues before, like electing genocidal war criminal Joe.
Yes, okay, this is a very good point. This is a very, very, very good point. Okay? Because she says, oh, I'm just a little baby. Why do you expect me to talk about these serious issues? These serious issues I can't talk about. And yet did something like this, okay? Literally telling people what to do on a particular thing. Miasma, I like leftist philosophers. I really respect philosophers. There's a great toxicity even here in chat. There's a great toxicity in the dialectical materialist left when it comes to their treatment of intellectuals for the sake of intellectualism, which they usually define philosophers to be. I strongly disagree with this because after the dichotomy of capitalism is addressed, we'll be far more free to pursue true enlightenment, and that is where non-materialist philosophers can not only help out, but guide us really well. Thank you very much, Dragon Army. I feel like anyone who sits down with a demon like Hillary Clinton was not a real leftist. This doesn't surprise me, yeah.
Joe Biden. So
Thank you very much for the 11 months.
Feasibly could have made one, and its absence is just one more piece of evidence in the pile for how much you're totally unbothered by genocide. I don't think people are angry at you because you haven't made a video on this issue. They're angry because everything that you've said, including this very statement, indicates that you, at very best, don't care about it, and actually indicates quite strongly that in everything but your own meaningless claim that you don't support it, are actually, if anything, working to further it. And this is all after you spent a whole decade, actually more than that, posturing as a leftist influencer. I have posted about Gaza.
Okay, there's two reasons people get into the profession that I am in to a far lesser extent than all of these, big wigs, etc., etc. There could be two reasons. Either they recognize that there's a large market for progressive politics and progressive content, So they just wanted to be famous, and they used that as a jumping off point. And the other category is people who actually care about this, these politics, this perspective. So they started doing this shit. They didn't expect anybody to fucking listen, but they wanted to contribute in whatever way they could, using their skills and their experiences to share this very particular worldview. And then, God bless, for some of them, including me, thanks to beautiful chat and subscribers especially, managed to make it into a full-time gig. Fuck capitalism. It's fucking selling us the noose we will hang it with. Fuck yeah. It will pay me to shit talk it. Fuck yeah. Let's fucking go. Get the bag, queen. Yas, okay? But if the if the starting motivation was just to get as popular as possible by grinding a niche, then they're never going to be able to develop into somebody that actually advocates for the leftist funnel or tries to push them through it. Because they will want what? They will want to keep their audience. They do not want to educate their audience so well that they will move on. So that they will actually start organizing. Because that's less subscribers, that's less viewers. It's a grift. We have a word for it. Grift. And there's a third category. People who started out exceptionally well-intentioned, but then started making money out of this. And because of it, their material conditions changed. And they wanted to become, more palatable. More palatable. And for those, we use what word? Sell out. Sell out.
Constant.
More Zoomers need to use the word sell out.
When you have, it's been to downplay it, or to express annoyance at the fact that people want you to talk about it, or to tell people to vote for the very people who are doing the genocide. And in your
jebena pomaranđa, brate, nema ništa dobro od pomaranđice.
Downplaying of it, you also did some subtle denial of the actual death toll by not even acknowledging how much of a gross underestimate the official.
Natalie makes art about feminism and misogyny. People have projected something else onto it, and they're mad she isn't doing what they want. She has a massive platform talking about progressive politics, and she refuses to comment for 2 years on an active genocide. You cannot consider yourself politically progressive without doing the bare minimum. And the bare minimum is saying, what the fuck? Apartheid fascist state? That fucking sucks and shouldn't exist. Whoa. Okay? So if they are incapable of saying, settler colonial apartheid state bad, you should also not take them too seriously when they talk about other issues. To repeat myself, it's like learning how to cook by reading cookbooks written by some guy and then realizing that that guy doesn't know how to make scrambled eggs. That's it. Wow.
Death toll is. So you're just a liar and have quietly given money to Palestinian aid organizations. But I think what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger. They sense some hesitation on my part and
Am I being visited by God himself right now because I'm dropping these truths? What the actual hell is this? It's what? Look, no, it's a circle. I have a weird hole in my thing. Chat, what the fuck is this? God chat? Chat, is this real? Oh, I always wanted to say that. Chat, what the fuck? Woo! What? It's so strange. Dude, that's so trippy. That's so fucking trippy. Look at it. That's so trippy. That's so trippy. What the fuck? What? Oh. Is it a sniper? Is this? Look. Chad, is this Mossad? What the hell? That is so weird. What? Why is there a... So weird. It's freaking me out. It's so weird. Thank you, Fresh Bison, for the 6 months. Vote blue no matter who except Zohran. Mashallah, mashallah.
Judging me very...
Do you stream on the other side of the glory hole? Holy shit, chat. It's God's glory hole. What the fucking hell?
Subscriber.
The deprogram balaclava merch when? That's a great idea, actually. It's a really good idea. It's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. Thank you very much for the 14 months. I'm literally sending it away.
Wonderful.
Merch.
A new child soldier. I mean,
I'm
subscriber.
literally telling the boys right now. What do you call it? The program balaclava. Absolutely brilliant idea. Oh, I'm out of breath, man. MFG, thank you very much for the 16 months as well. Let's go paint the chat purple. Paint the chat purple for principled fucking communists talking shit about other communists. Nothing better than that. Though in this case, we're not talking shit about the communists. We're talking shit about a grifter.
harshly on my presumed
Grifter.
opinions. I'd rather be judged on my actual opinions. So here they are. Chorus of anger. What the fuck does that mean? Is it supposed to be negative? What's wrong with being angry about genocide? That you would mention this speaks volumes in and of itself. Now let's get down to the actual statement rather than just the intro, okay? This is even worse than anything she's previously said online about the issue, by the way. Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. Okay, so Israel's committing genocide in Gaza. You oppose it and you apparently feel angry about it. You know, your country is assisting its regional proxy in carrying out the crime of crimes, the erasure of an entire people. Yet you won't make a video about it, and the best that you were able to do before this was a dismissive statement on Twitter every 2 months. Amazing. The rest of this statement makes it very clear that, if anything, she supports the genocide. The thing that her and others like her are doing now...
And my favorite thing is that the second she posted it, the only people that were quote tweeting it and saying, this is actually a great take. I completely agree with this take. If you want ContraPoints to do anything more, you're completely unhinged and deranged. Okay, every single person that quote tweeted it and supported the quote unquote analysis had an Israeli flag in bio. Okay, all of them have an Israeli flag in bio.
Is saying, oh, it's a genocide, and of course I'm against it. And then going on to do everything possible to legitimize, normalize, and cover for the ideology and the state that is carrying it out. Doom. The week after October 7th, it was clear the mood among Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill or be killed, existential panic, and unstoppable lust for revenge. It reminded me of the US after 9/11. There was no reasoning or protesting them out.
This parallel is fucking stupid. This parallel would work if it was Native Americans that did 9/11, okay? If Native Americans, okay, did 9/11, that parallel would make sense. In this case, it doesn't.
Out of it. Actually, no, that's just what Israel is. It is an eliminationist, exclusionary, ethno-supremacist project. Blaming October 7th for Israelis doing what Israelis have always been doing or trying to do beforehand, just less intensely, just indicates a level of ignorance or intentional whitewashing that is on another level. This is not the result of a sudden, uncontrollable...
By the way, it's not ignorance or, to an extent, whitewashing. It's trying to sit on both of the chairs, okay? It's trying to be palatable. It's what sellouts and grifters do, okay? You want that appreciative goddamn audience, you know?
Irrational fear for revenge or a sudden fury in Israeli society. It is the result of the core of Zionist ideology. It's the only logical conclusion of it. As many Jews as possible, as few Palestinians as possible. They saw an opportunity to put that tenet into action at a faster speed than they were able to do before, and they took it. The idea that this is a sudden bloodlust rather than innate to their project is comical. What do you even think Gaza is in the first place? The very origin of Gaza is that it is a concentration.
Speaking of 9/11, chat, I call upon you to do 9/11 on advertising. Like the ad that is going to start playing in 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Strap yourself in the plane of anti-ad jihad and fly yourself directly in the towers of advertising for $6 a month or for free through Prime or by gifting to chatters that are ready to fly themselves but are not capable of flying themselves into the towers of advertising right the fuck now. 9/11, wake up Joe Biden.
Wonderful.
9/11.
Child soldier. I mean,
Thank you
subscriber.
very much, FMMA socialist. Let's fucking go. F and MMA and a socialist. Now that's the type of chatter that I fucking respect. I'm getting a call. Hello, what's up? They hit the second tower, sir? They hit the fifth tower? They hit all 5 towers of advertising? What the hell? Could they hit more towers? What is going on? Chat, how many towers of advertising do you want hit? Okay? Show it to me with subs, okay? Hype train beginning. Depending on the level of this hype train, we define how many towers of advertising 9/11 will get 9/11, okay? Currently, level 2. Only 2 towers, okay? Only 2 towers of advertising. Thank you, Kipawa. Thank you, Nutsack. Let's fucking go, okay? More towers. We're at 3 towers right now. We can go up to 10 towers. Let's see what happens, okay? Depending on your subscription rate. More or less towers of advertising will be 9/11 today on this beautiful, beautiful Sunday. Wake up, Joe Biden.
Camp where the survivors of the 1948 Nakba were mostly expelled to. One that they have variously...
What does 9/11 stand for? That they only hit 9 out of the 11 towers?
periodically attacked.
With a rich next week, I'll drop 50. Let's fucking go. That's what I want to hear.
Occupied.
Hit that fat sub in my broke ass. There you go. You got chatters that want to be strapped in to do 9/11 against advertising.
Colonized and blockaded.
Turn on the orb, Hugo. Turn on the orb. The orb? Šta, brat? Šta koj kurac?
Jesus Christ! Turn on the orb! Turn on the orb!
Crazy hamburger! Crazy hamburger!
This is what it feels like to be in chat right now. Pizza famine hitting all damn towers. Where? Sir, they hit 5 towers, sir, they have hit 5 towers. Let's go. Pizza famine, thank you very much, God. Let's fucking go. Oh, this is so good.
Jesus Christ! Turn on the orb!
What's up, Lily? Thank you, Lily.
Turn on the orb! An eternal way of fucking
Oh, man, this is so good. Let's fucking go, chat. We are at tower number 5.
Did endlessly the entire time since. It is designed entirely by Israel, intentionally, as a temporary holding place.
Listening to this stream while grocery shopping is always an experience. Like if your headphones aren't that good and people around you can hear you, so you're currently in a grocery store and people around you can hear 9/11, do 9/11. Chat, how many 9/11 towers can we hit today? Off advertising, of course.
Place before they can manufacture the consent that they need to entirely eliminate or expel the Palestinians there. We are 2 years into this, and you still don't know this? You've learned nothing of the basics? Nor was it politically feasible for the US to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. It would have required replacing most of Congress.
Let's go, Mortal contributing to the towers. Let's fucking go. 11 months. Beautiful. I love to see it.
And overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. Even in the best case scenario, it would have taken years. It's funny that her excuse for not only her total inaction, but her outright advocacy for the government carrying out the genocide, that is the previous Joe Biden government, is that taking action was not going...
Oh, that's so funny, because later on she does mention Kamala Harris losing and how we really fucked up by not supporting Kamala Harris, whose administration started this whole fucking thing. Yeah, absolutely brilliant points over there.
To secure votes in Congress to vote on a boycott of Israel. No shit!
What this? Speaking of 9/11, chat, I call upon you to do 9/11 on advertising. Like the ad that is going to start playing in 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Wait, I can do this better. Wait. Do this better. 1 second. Speaking of 9/11, chat, I call upon you to do 9/11 on advertising. Like the ad that is going to start playing in 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Strap yourself in the plane of anti-ad jihad. Oh my god. And chat, are we getting banned, chat? Oh, fuck me.
Whoa, what a revelation!
1 minute, 40 seconds left. Let's see how many towers.
Shit, I totally thought the US Congress was going to vote to boycott Israel, Natalie. That's definitely what we all were hoping for. That's definitely what we were aiming for. No, it's not. That's why it's on you, it's on me, it's on everyone to pressure these motherfuckers and make them feel the pinch to the point that they either do something or face consequences for not doing it. You know, Ronald Reagan, for example, picked up the phone and told the Israeli Prime Minister, stop.
Can we get that as a sub alert? That's a great idea. Chat, another tower has been hit. Oh, I mean another subscription just came in. That's a great sub alert.
Bombing Lebanon, and he fucking stopped. The US president can just do that. Israel is a dependent proxy. You can pressure them into...
Absolutely. It is an independent proxy. What did I want to say? Come on, I had a bit. I had a bit. I forgot the bit. The fuel is running out. Darkness is falling over the towers. In 35 seconds, the defense mechanism, the Iron Dome of advertising, shall fully go into protection mode. We will not have another chance to hit more advertising towers than this. Okay? 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left. It's booting up. It's booting up. It's booting up. It's booting up. Booty.
Told the Israeli Prime Minister, stop bombing Lebanon, and he fucking stopped. The US president can just do that. Israel is a dependent proxy. You can pressure them into doing that with enough action, but there wasn't enough action. That's the problem. Part of the reason why we couldn't do that...
Sir, they hit 5 towers. I repeat, sir, they hit 5 towers. Thank you, chat, for the hype train.
That is because of people like you who did nothing, who advocated for nothing. In fact,
one sub crashed in a field, sir. Another one hit a Pentagon-styled building.
What did you do? You advocated against even trying to put any pressure on the genociders at the ballot box. You explained to everyone how they should vote blue no matter who. Vote for the genociders no matter who. No pressure, no demands, no expectations. Just vote for them and fucking pray. You've spent 10 fucking years making videos about leheckin epic cat girl anarchists, and the best that you could think of here was, well, looks like most people in Congress support Israel. I'm tapping out immediately. No! Bullshit! What you meant to say here is, I don't want things to change, but I'm afraid to admit that. It would ruin my career, it would ruin this entire image that I've concocted for myself. It would ruin my income stream. So I'm instead going...
There you go. Material conditions change, behavior changes. Sellout. Thank you very much, MFG. Thank you very kindly, one of the actual OGs.
...to pretend that there was never a point in even trying, and that's why I didn't even try to encourage others to try, let alone try myself. So there was a sense of futility. But worse,
the part I hate the most is, do you really want me to make a video on this? That's I got gripe with that the most. Because I expect from someone that doesn't have a platform as big as yours, that calls themselves a leftist, to try and speak up and go to protests and support organizations that are actively trying to sabotage the Zionist occupier apartheid system. And if I expect this from regular everyday Joes, I expect it also from someone whose entire career has been built on financial support by leftists from all over the world. Okay? It's the bare minimum for everyday people, let alone someone with a platform as big as hers.
Misery. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. That is, opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. And here they decided to draw the line separating decent people from genocidal fascists. It shrunk the coalition. I can't believe they...
Oh my God, shrunk the coalition. Yeah, let's be in a coalition with literal fascists. Weimar Republic Socdem CONTRAPOINTS, okay?
not only oppose the genocide,
Freikorps points. Am I right, Chef?
but also the cause of the genocide, the thing that's doing the genocide, the people who are doing the genocide. You know, Zionism and Zionists.
Wait 1 second. I need a coffee. 1 moment. Woman, could you please make me a coffee? Please. Not in like a misogynist, like, hey, woman, make me a coffee. But in a like, please, baby, make me coffee, please. Okay, thank you. There we go.
Unbelievable, right? It's like being against the Holocaust and also Nazism. How could they possibly do that? You fucking moron! Do you mean to say that you are not entirely against the unacceptable, genocidal, ethno-nationalist ideology that Zionism is? The very perpetrator of this genocide that you claim to be against, that you claim makes you angry? Turns out you aren't actually against Nazism or ethnic supremacy at all. You think it's fine when it's Jews doing it. She clearly implies that she thinks that Zionists can be decent people. Not just
She also implies that it needs special treatment when fascism is done by this particular ethnic category, which immediately plays into Zionist talking points of, you know, quote-unquote Jews deserving their own state, their own ethno-state. This is what is defined as, you know, liberal Zionism, because it uses liberal talking points such as, hey, the Jews really do be oppressed and stuff, right? In order to support, which they are, of course they are, but not in Israel, in order to encourage, you know, the existence of a Zionist state, hence liberal Zionism. Heard their human rights, that's why ethno-state apartheid very good.
decent people, but people who leftists should form coalitions with. So what kind of a statement is that exactly? Can Nazis be decent people? If you don't think that, then it makes absolutely no sense to think it for Zionists. Unless you consider Jews to be a special, magical group of people who get to have special, innate ethnic rights that other inferior human...
Which also is anti-Semitic, okay?
...human types don't. Zionist is a very broad category.
It can both at the same time be Jewish supremacist and anti-Semitic, because a Jewish supremacist, some Jewish supremacy or whatever the fuck is an ideology, or the white supremacy or any fucking ethnic supremacy, can both at the same time be a reactionary fascist movement, but also greatly harm the perception of said people because of the actions of some unhinged right-wing radicals that happen to be of that demographic, okay? Like, obviously, Germany becoming fucking fascist and becoming Nazi painted the Germans internationally as disgusting, fucking evil monsters with unhinged and never-ending bloodlust, right? So it both hurt Germans, and it obviously, to a much greater extent, hurt everyone that Germany at that time ended up killing.
Most Jews are Zionists. Who gives a fuck if most Jews are Zionists, Natalie? Most Germans, when...
Hugo, what Zizek book should I read first? The Zizek book that everyone has to read is On Violence, okay? Everyone needs to read this.
Nazis. Does that change anything about the equation for you? Do you think ethnic groups get to vote amongst themselves at whether or not they get to have their own little ethno-state at another people's expense? There is no valid reason for you to mention this unless you think that Jews do. This is pure Jewish exceptionalism. I have made a longer video on this where I explain this concept with specific examples in much more detail than I'm going to be able to go into here. So please, go and watch that if you want to actually learn something, rather than just see me shit on this idiot. Anyone who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. It was politically infeasible. How the fuck did you just invoke the two-state solution as some sort of acceptable and achievable goal, and then immediately call other people's aims, goals, and political beliefs infeasible? The two-state solution has never been a thing. It has never been seriously on the table at all. It is a rhetorical tool, a means of control.
What's the book about? About a 24-karat Labubu. It's about Labubus and using violence to defend Labubus.
the US and Israel, which they harp on so that they can frame the Palestinians themselves as the barrier to peace when they inevitably reject the US and Israeli offers to graciously allow Palestinians to have a tiny Bantustan with no actual sovereignty in exchange for them giving up all of their rights to their stolen property, to their stolen land, to their stolen country, to even having equal rights as human beings. To call other people's goal of ending genocide politically infeasible because they do not want to ally with people who adhere to a genocidal ideology which is presently doing genocide, and also invoke the two-state solution as your example of feasible and acceptable. What the fuck are you talking about? It seems that when you try to deal with actual real-world problems of actual importance, the total lack of substance to your usually entirely abstract wankery is laid bare. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. This is Ethan Klein level analysis, and that's why Ethan Klein himself has been sharing this gleefully. What is the pathway?
It's also like, let's be honest, that's why people joke around that ChatGPT wrote this. Like, she wrote the other parts, and then she plugged it into ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT, okay, make me an argument on why I haven't spoken up about this, or why I don't fervently support the Palestinian struggle, right? And ChatGPT was like, oh, you can say it's like politically infeasible. You can say that, you know, you're a pragmatist, and you knew that this will, this unfeasible political project, you advocating for this unfeasible political project would only harm your general platform without actually achieving anything. The logic of sellouts. Why is it the logic of sellouts? Because if you only talk about something, if you only decide to talk about something based on how it's going to potentially impact your platform, you're thinking about platform first and principles second. And you should not have a fucking platform.
That takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state. I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society or else, nuclear war. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause. Your own idea of the only possible viable pathway is waiting for the US Congress to vote for it to...
Shh. I'm not only so lucky because I have you, chat, but also I have the woman. Look at what cup... Okay, what cup she brought the coffee in, okay? Look at the cup. Oh, Jesus. She knows how to content milk, okay? Can I get W's in chat for Yugo fiance? Okay, can I get W in chat for Yugo's fiance?
To happen. I don't think you have any right to pose questions like this, as if they are unanswerable, when you have literally never even tried to answer them yourself, and you have in fact actively insulated yourself from any sort of engagement with the people who do have answers to them. Like me, I've invited you to talk to me live. You have ignored it. Many others have done the same. I know.
Of course, CONTRAPOINTS is just going to paint bad empanadas as an unhinged terrorist who they cannot talk to because they are not worthy of them coming down from their Hillary Clinton castle, Castle Wolfenstein, Castle Clinton.
Creators much bigger than me have invited
Ubersturmführer CONTRAPOINTS of Hillary Clinton Wolfenstein Castle. Did you think you would hear that sentence today, chat? I don't think so.
to talk about these.
Thank you for the W's. So the girlfriend texted me, the fiance. I just hate the word fiance. It's very difficult to pronounce. Says thank you. And says the chat is also W. Thank you very much.
Things. You never allow yourself to be exposed to any scrutiny. You act like just because you can't think of it, that's the end of the discussion. And you act like just because seriously worthy political goals, achieving actual real change that greatly benefits human beings, takes time, effort, and sacrifice. They should not at all be pursued.
Yeah, but Bed Empanada, you don't get it. You're not on the fucking grind the way CONTRAPOINTS is, okay? The way people at CONTRAPOINTS operate is they pick an issue that like 99.9% of even the most milquetoast progressives will agree on and just harp on that shit, okay? That's what makes subscriber numbers go up. Controversial points or points that are still make a part of your audience queasy, we don't touch that because that doesn't make a line go up.
If you had your way, South Africa would still be under apartheid.
But chat, you can prove them wrong. You can make line go up by subscribing to this show, which does the opposite. Let's out-capitalist the capitalist. Isn't it pathetic, okay? Isn't it pathetic? Isn't it just immoral? Isn't it unethical that there's less subscribers on YugopnikTwitch, okay, than there are patrons over on ContraPoints Patreon, okay? Okay? If that doesn't make you angry, I don't know what will, okay? Oh my God. This lady is a multimillionaire. This lady is crazy rich. This is insane. This is insane. This is actually insane. 54,000 subscribe right the fuck now. This is giving me issues. This is, I will not be able to sleep because of this, okay? The liberal Zionist costume lady has more subscribers. It has 50 times more subscribers than me. 50 times. 50 times. Does that not make you angry, chat? Okay? Does that not make you want to spend your hard-earned dollars just to prove them wrong? Let's make a video about conspiracy theories. Ooh, so original. So incredibly original. Oh. Why can't my streamer room look like this, okay? Why can't I stream from a room that looks like this? Because chat would rather spend their money on food and groceries and diapers for their children.
Wonderful. A new child soldier, I mean subscriber.
Get your priorities straight. You see, Yee has their priorities straight. Yee has their priorities straight. Be like Yee. Subscribe right now. Sorry, I had to do the grind session, but that was a pretty good grift session. But that was a pretty good grift session. I'll call them grind sessions to feel better, because I can no longer call them grift sessions because I'm definitely not a grifter like that person. Okay.
Wonderful.
Thank you,
A new
Luke.
child soldier,
Thank
I
you,
mean
Can
subscriber.
TV, for knowing where to spend your hard-earned money. Thank you very much. Can, also welcome to the community, my friend. Luke, thank you for the 3 months. That's what I'm talking about. Woo-wee-wah.
Wonderful.
Right, I mean, I'll-
child soldier,
Let's
I
go.
mean
You're
subscriber.
grifting to the left. Yeeting the rent money into the Yugo hole. Let's go, baby.
After all, back in the 1960s, it looked like the whites would rather burn everything down than give it up. It took decades and decades and decades of work, sacrifice, fight to end it. And Natalie Wynn...
Maybe wait. I'm Josh, should I be very petty? Should I be very petty? You want to see Yugopnik level
Wonderful.
petty?
A new child soldier, I
You
mean
don't know
subscriber.
Yugopnik level petty. I will do Yugopnik level petty. Wait, just 1 second. Okay. It's gonna like stare at you throughout this entire stream, what I'm about to do, okay? This is Yugo level petty. Wait for it. Wait for it. Okay, where is it? Where is it, goddammit? Okay, save. Jesus, max sometimes, I swear to God. Okay. Like this, okay. Like this, okay. Like this. Nobody, and I mean nobody, can be more petty than me, okay? Cannot out-petty the Balkan, bro. There we go. So the entire time you watch the stream, you will constantly be reminded of just how pathetic we are compared to the grifters. Thank you, Burpay. Thank you for the 3 months. Thank you very much. Another tower of advertising has indeed been hit. There we go. New petty level unlocked. Yugo is ranked in pettiness. I compete. I'm a professional, okay? There you go. It's going to be there. Petty Patsan. Patsani. Set your sub goal. Set your sub goal. Dude, let's do it for the bit. Let's do it for the bit. Wait. Oh my God. I love this fucking job. I love you guys. You're out pettying me with this. Wait, manage goals. Wait. So, no. What the hell? Wait, what did it do? We are ending the goal, and we are starting a new goal. 54,000 more subs than CONTRAPOINTS. Okay. I just there you go, like this. No, this is art, okay? Now, do your job, chat. Let's fucking go.
And would tell you that they shouldn't have ever gotten started.
Oh, am I nasty? Are we nasty or are we nasty? We're nasty. We're nasty. Thank you, Bites. Make it one more than her members. Oh, no, I want 1,000 more than her members. No, I want as many as her. Oh, my God. On the subs, as a trans person, can I say something controversial? That's a bit annoying. I notice in my community, lots of people flock to just other creators based on their identity without consciously analyzing their views first to see if they are a good person in the first place. Absolutely, that happens in every community. You really want somebody that has similar lived experiences to you to be the voice for you to follow. It's an instinct to an extent, but we should follow people based on, what they actually say, what they actually mean, their background, how studied they are, and most importantly, what they do. That's why someone like you, with a very different lived experience probably, than a masked fucking Balkan bro like myself, can both sit in a room and learn from each other. If you based your opinions of, this Balkan Shrek troglodyte, can't possibly have ever read a book in his life, okay? I promise I read like half a book once. If you follow that stereotype, you would never be in this community. There you go. So, massive props to you. I'm Polish, so not that different, probably. Jesus Christ. Let me do that. Oh, God damn it. So you only listen to me because I'm a fellow Slav. Okay. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it.
Actually, it was a doomed cause. Best to instead normalize and legitimize.
Most people I listen to, like Yugo, have pretty much nothing in common with. Your name is Pickle Jones. We both love pickles. There you go. We're the same person. We are same person.
Ethno-nationalist settler colonial genocide.
Polska Polaku.
Allow it to solidify itself until the point that it becomes truly impossible to topple, so that it can garner the support that it needs to fully eliminate the Palestinians. Give the genociders what they want. That is Natalie Wynn's message. But look, this isn't actually her message, is it? She doesn't really believe what she's saying here. I see through this immediately. You should see through this shit instantly as well.
Yep.
This is liberal Zionism par excellence. It's being too much of a coward to admit what you really believe, because it's too socially unacceptable to do so. What she really thinks is that having a Jewish ethno...
It's not even necessarily a coward. It's being too business-pilled, okay? Just purely business-pilled. Completely treating this as a business and refusing to say what needs to be said because it can hurt the bottom line, okay? It can hurt the 52,500 subs more she has than me, okay? Okay, I'm stopping it with the pettiness. No, I'm not.
Genocide in Palestine is totally acceptable. She supports it. That's why she's trying to normalize its existence here, slyly pretending that it is a strategic disagreement, that she's only against anti-Zionism because it's practically infeasible, rather than her actually just being totally fine with it. That's why she let it slip that she thinks Zionists can be decent people. She fundamentally believes in Jewish supremacism. She thinks that Jews should have special ethnic rights to do things that would usually be impermissible, like form settler colonial ethno-states at the expense of everyone else there. It introduced dangerous ambiguity.
I disagree here with Beth EMPANADA. I don't think she actually believes any of this. She just thinks that a very big part of her audience thinks that, Jews deserve a special category when it comes to Zionism and settler colonialism. Okay? And that's why she's not talking shit against Zionism, because potentially she will lose that part of the audience. She doesn't actually agree with any of this. She doesn't care. She's doing a business plan, okay? This is a business marketing plan. She's like, how do I talk about this without losing my pro-Palestine audience, but also not losing like liberal Zionists? And also not losing the invitation to Hillary Clinton parties, of course. That's it. This is like, look at this exclusively through the most cliche Marxist lens. Follow the money is what I'm saying, okay? It's actually all about Natalie, you'll see.
The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses. On the one hand, right-wing Israelis hold up all anti-Zionist protests as existentially threatening and inherently anti-Semitic. Who gives a fuck what Zionists say? They're genocidal ethno-nationalists. Of course they're going to say insane stuff about those who oppose them. The Nazis said that any Jewish resistance to them was proof of the Jewish anti-German conspiracy. Proof that Jews wanted to wipe out Germans, actually. Did that delegitimize Jewish resistance for you? What the fuck kind of talking points are these? The very fact that you see these things as not comparable, as different, just because of which ethnic group we're talking about, proves that you're a Jewish supremacist. On the other hand, there is a long history of anti-Semites using the term Zionists in deliberately equivocal ways. Zog, etc. Anti-Semites are happy for the opportunity to misappropriate the now popular anti-Zionist label to legitimize their agenda, and many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism to recognize when this is happening. These problems are mutually reinforcing. Wow, so
oh my god. So in a way, Contra is just keeping on her appearance so her fans won't stop watching her. So you're telling me she's femme asmold maxing? You said that, not me, okay? Maxing. You nasty fuckers, bro. You guys are nasty. I like it. Very kinky. Very kinky.
CONTRAPOINTS is very concerned with anti-Semitic words, isn't she? More concerned than she is with dead Palestinian babies. You know, real life dead babies? Okay, whatever. Now, people on Twitter saying Zog. That's serious. That is what concerns her. I'm going to say something here that's entirely true, but it's going to make you squirm anyway. Jews are not being massacred for being Jews. Jews are not being raped for being Jews. Jews are not being expelled for being Jews. No one is holding protests advocating for their right to rape Jews. However, you know what is actually happening right now in the real world? Not just mean words on Twitter. It's happening right here, in this place. Jews are massacring other people for not being Jews. Jews are raping other people for not being Jews. Jews are expelling other people for not being Jews. Jews are protesting for their right to rape non-Jews. This is the actual reality of the situation right now in Palestine. Why the fuck are you talking about anti-Semitism on the internet given this? 1 million anti-Semitic posts on Twitter are not equal to even one dead Palestinian, Natalie. But for you, actually, those posts are clips not just that one dead Palestinian, but the hundreds of thousands of them who have been murdered by Jewish supremacists for not being Jewish. To even mention anti-Semitism in the context of Israel.
I gotta do it, chat. I gotta do it.
Non-Jews. This is the actual reality of the situation right now in Palestine. Why the fuck are you talking about
Let him cook!
Let him cook! Anti-Semitism on the internet given this. 1 million anti-Semitic posts on Twitter are not equal to even one dead Palestinian, Natalie. But for you, actually, those posts are clips, not just that one dead Palestinian, but the hundreds of thousands of them who have been murdered by Jewish supremacists for not being Jewish. They even mention anti-Semitism in the context of Israel-Palestine, which is a situation where an overt and proud Jewish supremacist settler colonial project is working to eliminate an entire other people because they are not Jewish, is and can only ever be a tactic to legitimize said Jewish supremacist
Oh my god, he's cooking so much. Oh my god, it's al dente.
colonial project.
Oh my god, it's getting Michelin stars. Oh!
If someone was complaining about anti-German sentiment during the Holocaust, while simultaneously lamenting that decent Nazis were being alienated by those who, as you're going to see Natalie say in a little bit, share too many photos of the horrors of the genocide of the Jews, there would only be one valid descriptor for that person. Nazi. And there is only one valid descriptor for Natalie Wynn, who is doing precisely that here with the Holocaust of our time. Nazi. And many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism.
Nice. Oh shit, sorry, I hit you, chat. Sorry, chat. Oh. And this person has more subscribers than me. Has Natalie ever done a bit like this in her history, baby? No. I love you, man, but I fucking love you, bro.
Semitism to recognize when this is happening. These problems are mutually reinforcing. These problems are also not even remotely on the same level of seriousness. So for you to even bring this up is extremely telling as to where your priorities are. They certainly don't seem to be with the massacred Palestinian babies. Dread. The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. Anti-Semitism in the context of Israel, population of people in a constant state of blood-boiling rage with no consequence.
You guys are so fast. What the hell?
Anti-Semitism in the context of Israel-Palestine, which is a situation where an overt and proud Jewish supremacist settler colonial project is working to eliminate an entire other people because they are not Jewish, is and can.
Okay, that's what Twitch is about, baby. That is what Twitch is about. I even did a little sizzling sound. Oh, God.
Anti-Semitism in the context of Israel-Palestine, which is a situation where an overt and proud Jewish supremacist settler colonial project is working to eliminate an entire other people because they are not Jewish, is and can. Anti-Semitism in the context of Israel, other people because they are not Jewish, is and can.
Oh, this is gonna be recurring. Fuck yeah, baby. Fuck yeah, yeah.
Political out.
That's my streamer. Thank you, guys. Thank you for keeping up with Young. Oh, God.
Outlet. What the hell do you even say to that part? She is complaining that we are spreading the evidence, testimonies, and final pleas for help of a people being genocided. The fact that we are sharing these people crying out for help with their last dying breaths is for her an inconvenience to complain about. She cares less about what these images depict than how this might cause people to become anti-Semitic. There is this scene from the TV show Andor, which I'm ashamed to have watched. It is a Star Wars show, and that is deeply embarrassing, where a genocide is depicted, and as the people are being genocided, they put out a final radio message pleading for help. What you're seeing happening in Gaza right now is that radio message. Every single day for what she said was 20 months here, those videos, those posts on social media by the Palestinian people, collectively, those amount to their final plea. CONTRAPOINTS hears that plea, and she wants to change the channel. Actually, even worse, she thinks about how...
Thank you, Maverick, for supporting premium content.
How that plea might cause anti-imperial sentiment. What else is there to say? I fear this may be worse than useless. Anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are conceptually not the same, but in practice, the way Israel is perceived does seep out into attitudes towards Jews in general. I don't think Jews who feel isolated and wary in the current atmosphere are simply hysterical or hallucinating. If you are Jewish and you feel isolated because a Jewish supremacist state is carrying out genocide, that...
Okay, if you want to address anti-Semitism, you should be addressing anti-Semitism, okay? You are directly linking it to the protest against Israel. and not to the core link between anti-Semitism and Israel, which is Zionists doing unhinged things, which leads to people painting all Jews in the same light because they are putting them in the same basket with Zionists and large. Okay? Like, if you care about anti-Semitism, you target anti-Semitism. What is the source of anti-Semitism? A genocidal, fascist, Jewish supremacist country system in an act of genocide. Okay? The only reason why you would link the two is if you're running defense for Israel, is if you're trying to tell people to stop protesting Israel because that is harming Jewish people, instead of trying to tell the Zionist state to start killing people because it's leading to a complete switch in the way people perceive Jews that have nothing to do with Israel or Zionism, right?
Can only be
It's so transparent, it's not even funny.
because you feel some sort of attachment to that state. And if you feel some sort of attachment to that state, that can only be because you feel some sort of innate ethnic ties to it and its project. You feel ethnic solidarity with other Jews on an ethnic basis. You have what are fundamentally fascist, race scientist politics. And in general, if you are a Zionist and you feel unsafe or harassed or whatever other negative sounding therapy speak term that's being weaponized this week in order
Let him cook.
to justify the most abhorrent white people shit imaginable, good. You support a genocidal ethno-nationalist project. I'm glad you're at least being made to feel slightly vulnerable as a result of that. Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticism of Israel on the pretext of fighting anti-Semitism. But there's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitic patterns recurring, and that only gives power to the right-wing Zionist claim that only Israel can keep Jews safe. Historical patterns of anti-Semitism, as in tropes, conspiracies, are reoccurring. But not against Jews, against Palestinians, are actually being used, ironically, by Zionist Jews and their allies to do this, to enable this genocide. Why are you talking about, like, supposed anti-Semitism against Zionists carrying out a genocide and how this might make them feel unsafe, and not that, which is way more impactful? You know, I have a whole video on this. You don't seem to be concerned with this at all, though. You seem to be concerned way more with the feelings of the
Chatter saying he has a great video on this, right as he says, I have a great video on this, is epic.
people doing the fucking genocide and how they feel unsafe and victimized. Does this mean Israel should not be criticized and sanctioned? Absolutely not. I always find it revealing when people talk about how it's permissible to criticize Israel, because that terminology carries the implication that Israel is something that is merely flawed, that is worth salvaging or that can be salvaged.
If we only get Netanyahu out of government, everything is going to be okay. In a genocidal apartheid system.
Got to do is point out its problems and engage in good faith criticism so that the Israelis can work to fix them. But let's...
Guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, okay, it is absolutely okay to criticize Germany, okay? But I, for one, believe that if this man is removed from power and replaced with this man, things might actually become better, okay? Replace this man with this man, and Nazi Germany will be better. Okay? You can criticize the German state. Okay? I for one, am a progressive. Okay? So I would really, not even prefer this man. Okay? I would prefer, I prefer this gentleman. Okay? Goebbels. Okay? He's a pragmatist. Okay? He will talk to the minorities of the Lebensraum and potentially deport them instead of shoot them in camps. Okay, so the problem with Nazi Germany is this man. This man would make it a little bit better, but principal leftists should support this man in a path towards a reformed Third Reich. Okay, because Germans deserve have a right to their own ethno state. Okay. Oh, the ethno-state is on top of all of the Soviet Union and Poland and the Balkans. Can you prove that the Germans weren't there first?
Let's imagine.
Do you know that the Celts founded Belgrade?
Imagine merely talking about critiquing Nazi Germany, as if it was possible for it to be merely reformed into something more acceptable. Zionism is an innately unacceptable project. You don't merely critique it, you denounce it, and you do what
Stop smacking your lips. I was doing an annoying fucking liberal, goddammit.
you can to work towards its non-existence. But it's something I don't want to risk contributing to, if not outweighed by tangible benefits, so I approach the issue cautiously. So the reason you don't talk about Gaza is just in case you contribute to
I did it too well, it became nasty.
anti-Semitism. This is no different to not talking about the Holocaust just in case you accidentally contribute to anti-German sentiment. What a crock of shit. Bitterness. Much of the online left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine and the complicity of democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, she actually said this. I missed this in my first reading because I didn't even make it halfway through because I wanted to blow my fucking brains out. Oh, I'm really sorry, CONTRAPOINTS, that we didn't get you guys elected because we called them out on like a little thing, like, you know, sending guns to an active genocide regime. Yeah, we should like chill the fuck out on that one, okay? We should have let that one pass. We should have really let that one pass. We should have been pragmatic. On genocide! Guys, why aren't you pragmatic on genocide, okay? You gotta be pragmatic on genocide. If you want your guys to win, okay? Sure, you don't agree with the party and its stance on mass murder, but, like, you want them to win. I mean, what the fuck, guys? Wake the fuck up to this political reality. Oh, just everyday pragmatic policy. Supporting ethnic cleansing.
Israel. No, that is whitewashing. They did not merely send aid to Israel. They are part and parcel to this. They are in control of Israel. They can make Israel stop whenever they want. Israel is carrying out actions that they believe assist in their geopolitical goals in the Middle East. That's why they are supporting it. You are just lying here. This campaign had the following effects. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF. What a disgusting joke of a person you are, Natalie. It may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing that the US will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years, and making protests against Israel both much riskier and less effective. You're just lying. Joe Biden, who you supported, never put any pressure on Israel. Israel was totally unleashed during his term. If Israel has advanced to genocide more now, the reason why it's doing that is just because time has passed, not because of any meaningful difference in the different presidents' approach to the issue. Biden regime officials have literally come out and bragged about this. They're not exactly hiding it. They didn't put pressure on Israel, and they think it's good that they didn't. On top of that, the majority of the dead in Gaza died during Biden's presidency. You just can't help but lie, can you? Trump is also, incidentally, a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfectly enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. You. That's all you ever fucking cared about, isn't it? And if Trump is a menace to you and other Americans, then good, because just like Biden did, he's doing way worse to the rest of the world. But at least the fact that he is taking actions against you that Biden wasn't might spur Americans into actually doing something to inconvenience the US government. Because them just massacring hundreds of thousands of people sure didn't. That you say this now shows very plainly that you are mostly okay with what your country does to others, as long as things stay comfy for you at home.
I believe the pro-Palestine movement unironically pushed Americans further left, and that terrifies the establishment 100%. That's the only positive aspect of an act of genocide. It shows you just how complicit status quo enjoyers are with mass murder. And the fact that it went into overdrive, the fact that it received so much public outcry, the fact that, IDF soldiers can't help themselves but record videos of them doing Israeli techno on top of, dead babies, all contributed to people developing what? A more advanced, a more complex political consciousness. And eventually understanding that, empire is empire. that we are the baddies, especially in the good old United States of America. And that when it comes to issues that really matter, such as an act of genocide, you don't really get to vote on stuff like that. That it's not really a democracy when it comes to the tentacles of empire seeping into the homes of struggling people from the developing world. So yeah, one of the only positives.
Trump makes things uncomfy. Now there's a problem. None of this is the fault of Palestinians, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims here. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor, and I will continue to support that cause.
There you go. This just shows that it's insane. This just shows that this is an American exceptionalist that intrinsically believes that depending on what the American policy dictates, the rest of the world should follow. Okay? Palestinians cannot liberate themselves. The third world cannot liberate itself. Liberation can only come from the barrel of the American mouth, not gun. There you go. This is American exceptionalism fully on display. Do you see Matt Lee parodying this? He is scarily good at tapping into the Zionist vibe. Fucking send me a link right now, bro. Send me a link right now. Fucking love Matt. Matt's a cool guy. Oh yeah, I didn't watch this. Wait, let me check this out.
For 20 months, you've been asking me the same questions. Hey, what are your thoughts on Palestine? What do you think about the whole Palestine thing? Hey, you've been making content about politics and social justice for a decade, but are weirdly silent about Palestine. What do you think about it? It's a genocide. Okay? Are you happy? I've known it's a genocide, and I've always been against it. Well, hey, how come you haven't said anything about it? I have. I've been writing about it every day in my diary. Yes, I haven't said anything publicly for 20 months about it. Because why? Because what good would it do? It doesn't do.
Thank you, Toasty, for the gift sub. Let's go. Advertising coming in exactly 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Get in your planes. It is time to do 9/11 on the towers of advertising. For every sub, a tower of advertising shall fall. Fill those engines with jet fuel and make the beams fucking melt. Paint the chat purple and may the corpses of advertising pile ever, ever higher. I am calling on an immediate jihad. Let me see how you can do. Also want to have more subscribers and CONTRAPOINTS, and I believe I deserve it. So assist me in this crusade, this jihad towards true equilibrium of subscriptions with principled analysis. Oui.
Do anything.
Now!
All it does is let you know that I'm against genocide, which is the exact question that you've been asking me. But I was absolutely going to say something. I was going to say something publicly about it, but then I started to think, and I was like, just be honest. There's nothing I could have said. There's nothing I could have posted that would have made the pro-Palestine crowd happy. Okay? You know it's true. If I had said, yes, Israel's doing a genocide 20 months ago, I would have been attacked so hard. Do you remember 20 months ago? Anyone who said that this was a genocide was viciously smeared by the online left. Thinking that Israel was committing ethnic cleansing could get you fired from your job by mobs of angry Hassan Piker fans. Students who are shouting ceasefire now were being
deep program lore is literally the second October 7th was happening. We said certain things on the Deprogram podcast, which was then played on the Hassan Ethan Klein podcast, which was the first bullet, the first stone tossed to start this whole thing out. I love how small the world is. pretty crazy shit. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, Anonymous. Thank you, Xi Jinping, for your support as always. Be like Xi Jinping and hit those advertising towers right now. 5 have been hit. I repeat, 5 have been hit.
Expelled from school thanks to shadowy organizations like Democracy Now!, the War and Peace Report. People were being deplatformed on Instagram for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. They were being censored by the oligarchs at the Chapo Trap House. It happened to me. It happened to me early on. I voiced my full-throated support of the Palestinian people by tweeting, from the Arab to the Jew, I'll vote blue no matter who. And guess what? I was immediately canceled by the left. Like, someone would be labeled a Zionist for slightly deviating from the leftist talking points. Like if they said, like, yes, Israel is committing a genocide and there's nothing we can do about it. Have you seen any good movies lately? Immediately people are like, oh, you're a Zionist. People are falsely misconstruing my silence as either like tacit support of genocide or as cowardice. And you know what? It's neither. I haven't been silent. I've been quietly studying.
I have been mastering the blade.
Studying the left, and I realized that they were doing it wrong. Palestinians are being killed every day because the online left keeps showing images of Palestinians being killed every day. If people had followed my lead, there would be far fewer Palestinians who were dying that we were aware of. We'd have peace and quiet. At the very least, we'd have quiet. And
we really hope that the American establishment one day liberates the Palestinians. I really hope the Freikorps one day opens the gates of Auschwitz.
That's half of what we want. But the left always makes the perfect the enemy of the good. They cannot compromise even a little. So no, I will not be making any content about the genocide, okay? It's too divisive, it's too intractable, and it's literally impossible to do it.
And it's gonna hurt my bottom line. My bottom line is gonna be so hurt by this. No money making me.
In an entertaining way.
Oh, I fucking love you, Matt. Fucking big shout out to Matt. If you are not listening to Matt's fucking podcast, what are you even doing? This is my favorite Matt Lib bit.
But a Zionist Jew, born and raised with Western views, yeah? This is self-defense, so get your neck off of me, boo, please. Ain't it? Israeli, none of your business. You what? This is my land. You can tell by me accent. Yeah. My homeland is threatened. I'm from the Mina via Western, and my white skin is reddened because the sun is anti-Semitic. Arabs say gays, make all them ladies them cover their face. It's a disgrace because we love the gays. And if you don't like us, I hope you get AIDS, bitch. I'm a good guy, I'm a good guy, I'm a good guy, I'm a bad guy. Arabs are genetically predisposed to hating women. If you don't believe me, you're a fucking twat, you are. And I hope Hamas finds you, yeah? And I hope they corner you on the street, and I love all people. You can tell cause I drew a heart with the dreads of me tank. I respect all cultures, but you better be like the West or you're gonna get banked and stripped, lit up, split up, British shit, set up Jewish settlements, pick up TikTok, do a thing, but that ain't me though.
Thank you, Pickle Jones, and thank you, Sinister Ace. Let's go.
Even support the creation of free Palestine, I say. Pico, cut it, run it, done it, go. Good or bad, it's hard to tell. Going fast for Israel.
So good, man. So good. Literal egg.
Is bad. Yeah. Wish he was gone so peace could be had. But this is a
unrealistic. No Zionist could rap this good.
war. Yeah. So I support him like he was my dad. Or maybe me nan. I love me nan. I am against the occupied land, but I trust the plan. So I'ma defend it as long as I can. These Arabs are racist. It's not a wall, it's a quarantine shit, it's contagious. It's not a genocide, it's a vaccine, it's containment, yeah? Some people think shooting fish in a barrel is courageous. Don't care what the ICJ says. Palestinians is problematic, which means they need to die.
Which means they need to die. So fucking good. Bugatti, Beamer, Benz, and Bentley.
This message makes it clear that you do not support that cause at all. Like, what do you support? Sitting there and hoping? Just fucking hoping? Thoughts and prayers? What you are seeing now is Zionist.
And not just hoping, my friend Ben and Penada, but hoping that America will stop a project that it pretty much allows to exist, okay? That it funds, that could not operate without the direct support of the United States of America, okay?
In both.
This is an American genocide as much as it is an Israeli genocide. And that is not controversial in any way, shape, or form, okay?
Theory and practice. It's the logical end of its prescriptions. This is where it was always going to go. Like, do you have a brain? Can you put 2 and 2 together and think about the obvious implications of what it means to seek a state for only one ethnicity in a place with millions of people who are not of that ethnicity? What the fuck do you think Nazism was, if not exactly that? Just in its own different set of circumstances. How do you possibly look at this and not see the exact same thing as every other ethno-supremacist project, as every other ethno-nationalist ideology in history? Like the white supremacist ones that you've made 15 videos pretending to be against, remember those? I would think that it's because you know nothing about history, or really anything remotely related to the real world at all, as your videos deal purely in abstract, pseudo-intellectual uselessness. They are designed to posture as an intellectual rather than be one, with all of the real world responsibilities that such a role.
It's a product. CONTRAPOINTS treats her career and her quote-unquote advocacy as a product, okay? There is a market, there are demographics, there are psychographics, there are subsections of the market, and the line must go up. 54,000 Patreon members, not enough. We need more, or at least we need to make sure we don't lose any, okay? That's why we don't comment on divisive topics, okay? It's not hypocrisy. It's good business practice. Grifter points.
Role really entails. CONTRAPOINTS loved leftism. She loved talking about it. She loved posturing as a leftist when it was to her little more than a subcultural thing, a virtue signal that could be discussed purely in the abstract.
A market. A market.
But now...
clients, okay? You guys were clients to CONTRAPOINTS.
People with a Nazi-like ideology are carrying out a real-life, overt, Nazi-like eliminationist campaign against an entire people. It's time to actually put the abstract into practice. It's time to put theory into practice and punch the Nazis, so to speak. But instead, what is she talking about? How much we need to cherish and respect them when their feelings are...
Robo wants me to read their last message. Let's read Robo's last message. Hey, yo, Hugo, I'm very proud of the amount of progress that I've made. I've become a lot more calmer, happier, and I've gotten to know who I am and accept myself for it. I realize that I'm a trans man and I'm starting to transition, and I wouldn't have come here so easily without you beautiful people, have come here so easily without you beautiful people, without Anne and many other trans women that helped me along the way, and realize that I'm not parasitic leech, but I can actually become some of the heroes that I idealize. Absolutely, Robert. That is beautiful to hear, my friend. We are here for any journey that you allow yourself to go on.
Hurt because we
fucking Robo G unit.
We post too many photos of the dead babies that their ideology is killing, and how we need to broaden our coalition to include the decent Nazis. Quite a disconnect from theory to practice, huh? But the thing here is, this is not at all the result of mere incompetence or stupidity on her part. This is not just her misanalyzing the situation. It's not her not understanding the facts enough and making an honest mistake based on incomplete information that she could be educated on and that she would then rectify. This is not a failure of her to see the ethnic supremacism inherent to Zionism. It's not her not seeing that it shares the same ideological traits of the Nazism that she has made many videos denouncing. It's actually just that she believes in it. It's actually just that she is a Zionist. It's actually just that...
Here we diverge slightly with Empanada. I think she's more of a grifter than she is a Zionist. Because she's treating it as a market, because she wants to make line go up, that's why she's fence-sitting as hard as she is, okay? I don't believe it's some sort of principled Zionist opinion that she holds. That's it. And even if she does hold the opinion has been informed by her material conditions, her becoming this famous, popular, wealthy, with access to, mainstream politics and so on. That has informed her developing into a liberal Zionist. That's the slight diversion, right? I think it's more grift than Zionist. In a similar way, funnily enough, like Trump, okay? Trump supports the Israeli state because it's for American power, not necessarily because he loves the idea of Jews receiving an ethno-state. Slight difference, but still. This is my CONTRAPOINTS to bad EMPANADA when talking about CONTRAPOINTS.
She's a Jewish supremacist. What makes this abundantly clear is the...
What difference does that distinction make? I mean, that depends on you. Like, do you disrespect someone for holding pro-fascist beliefs more or less, depending on whether they truly, truly hold those beliefs or they adapt to those beliefs in order to make extra money? Right? Like, who do you respect less? A fascist or someone who LARPs to be a fascist because that will not hurt their bottom line? That's a question that, is very subjective. And you can answer on your own, Sorry, some weird texts. Story chat! What is this? Another clip? Jesus, we're clip farming hard today, aren't we? Farming those clips. 54,000 Patreon members, not enough. We need more, or at least we need to make sure we don't lose any, okay? That's why we don't comment on divisive topics, okay? It's not hypocrisy. It's good business practice. Grifter points. Oh, yellow parenti jump scare.
Substance.
Kind of have less respect for the LARPer. It's not that there is a difference in their impact, but understanding the intentions of someone makes you better at understanding and predicting behavior in the future. Absolutely. Here, the main reason I'm making sure that we understand the grifter aspect is because it's like legitimate classic Marxist analysis of why certain people do certain things and why certain people change, because their material conditions change, okay? She no longer feels for the unwashed leftist masses because she is no longer one of you, okay? She is in the higher echelons of society. She's a respectable member of the American political upper strata. So she no longer wants to speak in your name, for you are not her children anymore, okay? She has demothered herself. And this particular analysis can be, expanded in general on people, for example, in this space, which can be categorized into groups, as I've outlined many times in my funnel, the online leftist funnel or whatever. People either contributing to the funnel or people wanting to keep you in the part of the funnel where they can make more money out of you. If you are the second category, the tumor category, you care about your bottom line more than the cause. And you should not be taken seriously anymore. Thank you, Goobertown. I just escaped from Little St. James. Hell yeah. Thank you very much for the sub, my friend. Let's go. Another ad tower has been hit. I repeat, another ad tower has been hit. Let's hit that daily target, chat.
Of this statement, it is her angry about the fact that people talk about Gaza at all, and especially angry at the fact that they want her to talk about it. In her statement, she's not even complaining about actual real action. She's rather complaining about speech, and speech on the internet at that. She's angry that people...
So it's courting a different lib audience. Okay, let me put my marketing experience into overdrive. It's understanding... Okay, her target, her market was lib and everything left of lib. Okay? She was never going to be able to speak to reactionaries out and about, classic definition, American Republican style reactionaries, right? So that market was never something that she can hit. But inside of the market bubble of liberal and then everything left of liberal, there are subsects that fight amongst each other on very particular points. And one of them is Zionism. One of them is their perspective towards Zionism. So, why was she so quiet about this entire time? Is because if she says, fuck Israel, she loses the liberals. Okay? If she tippy toes and tries to sit on as many chairs as possible, the way she is doing right now, she loses the leftists. So let me not say anything. But obviously the leftists took her not saying anything as an indirect support for the Israeli genocide, right? On Palestinians. So they were like, you gotta say something. And then she fucked up because what she said was, again, trying to sit on both chairs, which on the topic of genocide is impossible. You do a PSA to chat, since we got a bunch of people here. I have something needs to be explained. You cannot be in support of the apartheid state of Israel and anti-Zionist. If you want to say it diplomatically, then you say it like Zohran. I support Israel's right to exist as a state with equal rights, because Israel is deeply unequal. Saying has to be a state with equal rights is effectively the same thing as saying that you need to dismantle Israel in its current state. Yes, absolutely. There is a very diplomatic way of saying it. And isn't it interesting that CONTRAPOINTS did not use this diplomatic way of saying it? Because she understands that her liberal audience, which to an extent pays her bills and allows her to walk through the halls of power, would get triggered by it and no longer allow her in said halls of power or allow her access to the funds that she has. Okay? Yugopnik, this is what you get when you take a marketing guy and you teach him Marxism, okay? Both start with Mar. Marketing and Marxism.
People are even hearing about what the USA and Israel are doing to these people. She's concerned way less with the pictures shared by massacred Palestinians pleading for help as they are being strangled to death than she is with the fact that people are seeing them. She expresses infinitely more worry in this statement about how
little sus, to be honest. Marketing is just the ability to understand particular demographics and what they wanna do when it comes to interacting with particular products, services, or ideas. Marketing is neither good or bad, okay? Marketing is cringe because in capitalism it is used in order to sell you stuff you don't need and stuff that you can't even afford. But if used by, for example, legitimate propagandists, then, you're sharing good fucking ideas. When you make that long post on Twitter or that TikTok video about how, Israel sucks, you're doing marketing. Okay?
how are those Palestinians pleading for help as
marketing is just, propaganda propaganda called something else because it's doing product pitches instead of political ideas. Though that is controversial as well, because you're always selling a political idea, even when you're selling a service or a product.
They are fucking killed might offend the sensibilities of the impossibly
I'm Hitler's top guy.
privileged and coddled Jewish supremacists who are killing them than she ever has for their victims. Sure, human beings are being slaughtered in a genocide by the Jewish supremacist Zionist project. But what about how some shut-ins on X, the Everything app, are being anti-Semitic? How is it not an equal or more important issue that Groiper Hitler keeps saying Zog? What CONTRAPOINTS is saying here is the same liberal Zionist claptrap as always. That's why I think it's written by AI, at least partially. Center Zionist feelings, not the people being massacred by Zionists. This sort of conclusion can only ever be formed by a racist Jewish supremacist. And if your excuse is some variation
or a grifter
of, but Jews are special, it's different for them, they can do things that others can't. You don't believe that, obviously. You don't think that just because Palestinians have been made into a historically oppressed group by these Zionists, that it's okay for them to go and eliminate them and form their own Palestinian ethno-state, do you? But you think that for Jews, it's clearly not based on circumstance, it's based on a belief in an ethnic supremacy, a belief in special ethnic rights. So I'm honestly flabbergasted that you can make arguments like, oh, but look, Jews are special in some or some other way. It's different for them. Thus, they can do things that others can't. And you can say that without realizing that you're just proving my point even further. You either apply the same standard to all groups, or you think certain groups are special and allowed to violate those standards. And CONTRAPOINTS does think that.
I think he's wrong about the AI thing. That was entirely Natalie. Yeah, probably an AI would be like, this makes no sense. And AI would be like, this is too niche. Like, what do you do for a living? You LARP as a progressive in order to spread your influence and make more money. Oh, interesting.
Obviously, given that she thinks you can be a Zionist, an innately genocidal, ethno-nationalist, Jewish supremacist ideology, and
the shittiest thing about covering CONTRAPOINTS and calling her a grifter on Twitch is you can't really... it feels hypocritical to tell people to subscribe whenever an ad is going to play, like I'm definitely not doing right now. Me mentioning how it is hypocritical to motivate you to subscribe is definitely not a indirect way of me motivating you to subscribe. It's crazy. It's crazy what these people on Twitch be doing. Fucking insane.
And also be a decent person that should be included in a leftist coalition. She's a Jewish supremacist.
That's crazy.
And the not insignificant number of people who are like her definitely know this. They're just too afraid to fucking say it. And that is a great example, by the way, of what I talked about of the different circumstances between Nazism and Zionism. There's no real ideological difference, no real difference in the end goals, just in the circumstance. She feels that she cannot express her real beliefs openly, so she clouds them.
Just like there are multiple interpretations of every single ideological current, so is there, in the same manner, there are different interpretations of hyper-hierarchical fascist doctrine. And in the case of Israel, Zionism is simply the interpretation of ethnic supremacy and apartheid from the lens of the Israeli citizen, the Jewish Israeli citizen, being above everyone else who no longer deserves the right to live because, you know, they happen to be where the Zionist wants to create a country.
Behind what she seems to think is enough layers of plausible deniability, but it's actually really fucking easy to see through. Funnily enough, that Zionists like her feel that they have to do this is actually
and wants me to show you the funniest children's cartoon ever. Jesus, what the fuck? No, not this. This is not the funniest children's cartoon. Oh my god, literally jump scare after jump scare. What are these tabs, man? What's this? This is God's Gang. Watch the trailer. What's the trailer?
When fear threatens the world.
8 seconds to detonation.
We have to destroy it now.
God's Gang fights back. But do they have what it takes to fight their own fears?
No, it can't.
Or be defeated? Join God's Gang on an epic journey into the depths of the earth and themselves. Where the only way...
Wait, is the planet that's on fire supposed to be like environmental change?
Yeah, is to fight for love.
For love. Is this DEI final boss? Scroll down to the characters. Yes, I understood. God's Gang is a thrill, but what's up with their website? I can't see, like, you can't read in the other part. Oh no, you gotta do. Oh my god, I gotta spread it out like this. Oh shit. Is a thrilling animated action adventure comedy series with a spiritual special sauce. But it's interesting how it's like all the religions are different Avengers. Let's fucking go. No. What? Sorry, chat. What the fuck? Our mission is to inspire children, teens, and individuals of all ages who value coexistence and harmony in our world based on our shared values and shared connections, promoting love and light, compassion, kindness, and gratitude. What is this kind of based? It's kind of based. Okay, but who do we have? Okay, I was like, who's the Christian? Okay, that's the Christian. Oh, they're doing extra DEI because it's a black person that's Christian. I fucking love it. The Hindu lady has a lot of arms. I mean, why is the Jew the tiny one? You know. I will click them. Why is the Jew the tiny one? The Jew's the small one. I'm gonna like outdo a show that seems to be very well intentioned, and I'm gonna be the most annoying fucking leftist of all time. You're not ready for their names. So why is the Jew the tiny one? The Jew is the like non-athletic smart guy. That's gonna be the case. I love the Muslim beard. Okay, the names. Let's see. We have Sumuslim, because he loves sumo and he's Muslim. He's an MMA fighter, okay? He's literally an MMA fighter. Biggest and toughest of God's gang, and most kind-hearted. Brave on the battlefield, but sometimes scared of silly things like the kiddie ride at an amusement park. Dreams of being a chef. Fighting style is a sumo. Hypno-storytelling is his special move. Puts his enemies into a trance by spinning fascinating tales from Arabian lore. Other weapons: fireball falafel, prayer beads, oh god, and boomerang sandals. This is fucking awesome. Taekwondo Hindu. Taekwondo Hindu. What the fuck? This is crazy. Okay, I don't know what to think about this. I'm kind of fucking with it, to be honest. I'm kind of fucking with it. Oh, this is how you get the kids to keep being religious. The big sister of the group, highly empathetic, especially to the natural world. Loves heavy metal music. Indian immigrant parents, Western style. Fighting style, Taekwondo. Third eye telepathy with animals. Can speed her arm movements into 4 or even 8 fighting arms, like the gods of Lakshmi or Durga. Incredible. I can only imagine just how much of a the job of the consultancy agency that worked on this show. They had to get a guy from every religion in order to be able to develop these characters, because you need some knowledge. Okay. Saber Spark covers this and a bunch of other religious cartoons. Ninja.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Okay, I love this. Tough, fun-loving, and packs a punch, but doubts himself a lot. Dreams of being an NBA basketball player. Get it? He's short and he wants to be in the NBA. Reference to some very successful short Jewish NBA superstars. Fighting style, ninjutsu, special move. Okay, this is going to be crazy. Analyzer mode, Terminator-like vision mode that analyzes any problem the group is facing and finds strategic solutions. Star of David Shuriken. Special Kabbalah invisibility power. So you're trying to tell me that Ninju is an invisible genius that strategically plans out what groups do. An invisible genius who plans out the direction a particular group goes. Some would call it slightly problematic. This shit's crazy, man. Remember to not Fed post, of course. Crisscross. Okay. Southern Baptist street preacher. Hilarious. Loves his mama and cares deeply about her approval. The Jew is fucking invisible and he's the strategy master, and the black Christian guy loves his. Black people in chat, specifically his mama. What does that imply? What does that imply? Let's test your racism levels. Come on, you can do this. Fatherless, yes. Son of a bitch! Come on! Son of a bitch! Obviously, I'm digging too deep into this, and I'm doing it for the bit, right? Like, doing it for the bit. Oh. Gets his cultural references confused sometimes. Even LeBron James sometimes misses the shot. LeBron Jordan sometimes misses the shot. Okay, so he's obsessed with, black dudes that are good at sports. But he doesn't know enough about them, but he's referencing them kind of high. I'm really over I feel like every stereotype of a leftist. He does karate. And his special move, he only has, like, look at how many special moves the other guys have. Like, this man can make a falafel into a fireball. This lady has, like, multiple arms. She's a mutant. This dude can be invisible. And this dude can block and cross kick. And Miss Dogma, the angelic God's gang operator, dispatches the team on their adventures, all while keeping her nails stylish. And this one, they just needed a pet in there. He doesn't need anything else with Jesus on his side. Yeah. Absolutely, brother. Oh, legendary. Oh, we got Le Dove. Commando, anyone? No need. Le Dove is here. Le Dove, an ex-French resistance. Ariel Sabator supports the team with his reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Oui. Le Dove is on the case. Wah. Hello to all unemployed people here. Petit bourgeois, no weekend worker over here. Long time no see. What's up, Romka? Man, I missed you, Romka. Damn, you've been on that grind session. Hell yeah. I hope you're making some good money so you can spread it with chat. No, jokes aside. Thank you. What's up? Very nice to see you. Oh my God. Su Muslim, Tekwan Hindu, Ninju, and Criss Cross, together with their operational team of Miss Dogma and Ledov, will go on to fight the devil, climate change, and most importantly, the baddies. Who are the baddies? Oh my God. Can this guy... No, he's going to be Satanism. I was hoping he can be capitalism, but we can't have it all. The corpo creeps. Holy shit. No, they are doing slight... what? Woo. That's cool. That's cool. By day, they seem like boring business folks, churning out profit. But by night, they transform like they're just demons. Like, that means they're demons, more demonic in their daily life than when they turn into real demons. This is kind of based, okay? Just like real life. But by night, they transform into demons, trying to turn all the world's matter into dark energy. Whether you're old or young, they will try to enslave your soul. Blatwen P.O. Box, I want to send you anti-revisionist wine. I'm working on it, unironically. I am working on it. Thank you for the bits. We got the reptilioids. The reptilioids, Ninju's greatest enemy. Often confused with the reptilioids, Ninju wants to make sure the world knows they are not the same. Ninju's greatest... Are we still working on CONTRAPOINTS? Yes, but we're taking a break. They come from the planet Stenchdonia to steal the Earth's natural resources for their own planet's survival. The really mad scientists. They're not just mad. They are really mad. Too smart for their own good. Misunderstood. They just want social recognition without any of the accomplishments to support it. So, okay. These are very weird. Like, I'm not even reading this as anti-science. I'm just reading this as like dudes that are just like... these are the annoying atheists. Like, because it implies they don't actually do science, they just want to be famous. So they're just like, they're the Reddit atheist. They both even look like Reddit atheists, okay? STEM lords. And TTT. Holy shit, we got a clan member in here. Tremendous terror and torture. They're filled with hate towards all others. The only love they carry is towards their reader, Dalida. She's either like a Italian Catholic lady or just woke KKK. Okay, more ladies in the KKK. I say, okay, girl KKK girl boss. The creator's name is Nimrod. I mean, if your mother names you Nimrod, you got to do this as a career, like, you know. Girl boss, but racist. These guys' greatest enemy is that black dude. But he has a name, you know. He's one of the most important members of the religious group. No, we just hate him because of that specific thing. Also, 2 tits dick. I'm not the only one seeing that, right? 2 boobs penis, right? So this is like the horny people, and it's called titi. Okay, it's a titty, and it's got a dick between boobs. No, we do see it. I just had to say it. I'm 12 years old, okay? I am indeed a 12-year-old. But the corporal creeps is pretty cool. You see, this is what they look like during the day, and they look absolutely the same during night. Just this guy gets taller, okay? And she gets skinkier. I mean, if you know, you know? This is great. This is awesome. Watch now. You can watch it. Full story compilation.
Ah, the great outdoors. Oh yeah, I'm feeling the healing.
Yeah, all this grounding keeps my heart pounding. Oh wow, so you guys just discovered going barefoot? Welcome to the club.
I'm definitely feeling the...
Of course, the Hindu is a fucking tree hugger. Let's go.
Good news, gang. I've identified the perfect place to set up our tent. There's just a teeny tiny problem. We're lost.
It's true. The tree tells me we've actually passed it 3 times.
Miss Dogma, can you please send us the coordinates for... Yeah, get us out of here.
God's guy, don't panic. It's very simple. Just turn around, go here, then...
The Jew voice? Everybody's got the stereotypical voice. I noticed it too.
We're too deep in the woods to get a signal.
It's getting dark. Do we have any matches?
Sorry. I kinda used them all frying up our dinner. Anyone wants a travel falafel?
The Arab guy runs a tuner store. Of course, the Arab guy is a...
Maybe later. Wait, guys.
Jew vision?
I see a pan.
Activate Jew vision.
Actually, Ninju, we all...
Actually, Ninju.
See it. Wait, how are we all seeing it in the dark?
Because there's a wildfire.
Oh no! We need to help our little friends.
Thought, speech, action. God's gang, go! Oh, watch out, little guy. Yeah! Here you go, buddy. Oh, Simone!
Oh, hee hee. This is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. He just, he just did the hee hee. Yeah.
Taekwondo Hindu, block and tackle.
Right. He.
Come to Dagestan. 1-2 days. You become very strong. You pick up 2.
Oh no. Who's that?
Don't worry, forest friends. My analyzer mode will help me make you
Look at his analyzer mode.
a super safe Suka shelter.
It's a Jew laser. Oh my god, they're playing the song.
Hey, come on!
Don't worry, we'll save you. Yes, yes, and your mom too, Bambi.
We're safe here. But for how long? The fire, it's spreading.
A river that could put out the fire.
There's just one teeny tiny problem. The fire is here, but the river is over there.
Then we've got to bring the water to it. And we're gonna need every hand we can get. And paw. And claw.
Come, my friends, let us work together to save our forest home. Aw, they're still too scared.
Maybe a little story would help. Taekwondo Hindu, let's do a faith-to-faith.
Let's do a faith-to-faith.
Listen up, my little ones, to a tale they will tell one day. How the forest creatures and their friends sent a fire far away.
It's working! Yeah!
Secularism. Unite in secularism. Let's go. This show is secretly about what Palestine could be without Zionism.
Okay, maybe the fire isn't ready to be sent away just yet.
What are we gonna do? I'm out of ideas.
Hey, big guy, if you got any spare miracles up there, now would be a great time for one. Huh?
But they're not a very successful team, bro. Like, they can't kill a fucking forest fire. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, Asian sounds? Is this gonna be a Chinese Buddhist?
Whoa.
Our plans to burn down the forest and launch the Fearmaker are ruined!
Stupid planet energy weapon? How are you already out of
Motherfuckers can't start a fire without an energy weapon.
energy?
Don't worry. This gang hasn't seen the last of us.
You're not going to do the laugh again, are you? Are you, Mystery Kicker?
And how did you bring those clouds down from heaven to start the fire?
Clouds? No, even a Buddhist knows the
I guessed it! I'm not sure about the ethnicity though, but it is a Buddhist.
occasional importance of a good material object. The name's Kung Fu Da, and the forest is my home.
Take one Hindu.
Crisscross.
So Muslim.
Ninju. And I hate to tell you, but someone's messing with your home.
Oh, I know. We're in serious danger.
Okay, we're over. This was a great little interlude. We'll come back to what is it called? The Gods Gang at later instances of YugopnikTwitch. Fucking legendary. The moral of the story is that only Gosplan and centralized mobilization of resources and labor can deal with forest fires, cope and see the anarchists and market socialists. Okay, Romka, just fucking. I missed you. That's what I'm saying. I missed you, Romka. Okay, that is indeed a comment that was written on the Lord's Day of July 13th. The real moral of the story is materialism over idealism. I hope Hulu picks it up. I would unironically let my kids watch this. Like to a stupid kid, this is like relatively good. I think it's relatively progressive because to a stupid kid that's like from one particular religious background, seeing all of them work together and not hate each other will imprint ideas of cooperation instead of religious-based hatred. So it's not that bad. It's not that bad. But it will also make the kid think that the Jews have Jew vision, that Muslims obsess over falafel, and that the Hindu people have 6 arms. Are you saying your kids would be stupid? I'm saying all kids are stupid until they become smart. We are all born dumb. Let's gatekeep the rest behind sub-goals. Let's do it. It reminds me, an ad is currently playing. If ads would play on this goddamn show right here. So support it, $6 a month, free through Prime, or gift to your fellow chatters, and make us hit the daily sub goal and reach levels of ContraPoints support, because I deserve to have more subs than ContraPoints. Because I'm not cringe, and she is. Okay, I'm a little bit cringe. Okay, sorry. That went too far. Okay, that went too far.
Example of the fact that what me and many other anti-Zionists are doing is working. Contrary to what she's saying, the fact that she is so utterly fucking terrified of expressing her real beliefs shows that we are winning in at least some way. We are changing things way more than ContraPoints ever had. That is
absolutely the only reason she even addressed any of this in this extremely stupid way that she managed to address it. But the only reason she felt like she has to address it is because leftists in her so-called community refuse to follow and financially support someone who does not want to state the very obvious necessary thing for any progressive person on planet Earth, which is that Zionism is absolutely fucking unhinged and that a genocide is fucking happening. So yes, to an extent, from that perspective, we absolutely are winning, just the way Calm Like a Tom is winning with those fucking 10 gift toys. Let's fucking go, Calm Like a Tom. Thank you very much, my friend. Without beautiful Oilers such as you, this channel would not be able to exist. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
For certain.
Everybody say thank you, Calm Like a Tom, in a calm way, like Tom.
Her aim is to keep things how they are, genocide and all, and not change them. It really is that simple. So ContraPoints is a regressive force for evil. She is actively attempting to normalize and solidify a genocidal ethno-nationalist ideology. She's essentially doing entryism for Zionists into leftism by advocating for them being included and for them being decent people. She is attempting to ensure that the precarious position that Israel holds becomes more solidified in the future. She needs to stop us from correctly identifying what the problem is, Zionism, and who its adherents are, and she wants to convince people that they should
I genuinely don't think she's that smart. I don't think it's that deep. She is segmenting her audience, okay? She is segmenting her audience. She's losing money because leftists are no longer listening to her. Sure, she attempted to keep the leftists while still making sure that she does not lose her liberal Zionist audience as well. That's it. That's it. That's it. It's grift. It's material conditions. That's it. It's her class interests. That's it. She's not a deep-thinking Zionist, in my modest opinion.
Zionism in some form or another, rather than fight it, because she...
My proof of this is that she didn't talk about it for 2 years, okay? The 100% strategic move for her would be, if she's only in it for the grift, only in it for the money, to not talk about it at all. The only reason she has to talk about it is because she's losing money. Because leftists are no longer supporting her. Because leftists will not support anyone if they have half a brain who is not very vocal about Zionism. So she was materially motivated to say something. But she fucked up even deeper. The TLDR of her statement was, sure, genocide is bad, but have you considered the feelings of the people doing the genocide? Absolutely. What's up, Maple?
He wants it to continue and prosper. In short, Natalie Wynn is a Nazi.
You think she's stupid enough to think this wouldn't piss leftists off? She had to do something. I'm not calling her stupid. I'm on this regard. I mean, the way she did it is stupid, but she had to do something, right? Because she was losing leftist support. Because not saying anything about Palestine is like supporting Israel. So she had to do something. She had to stop the flood. It was a lose-lose for her. I mean, it could potentially be a win, but not materially. Because yes, she would lose money. if she would openly come out as an anti-Zionist, because liberals would not pay for her Patreon. And more importantly, liberal democratic establishment in the United States would not let her into their halls of power. That's it.
Nazi. I say that 100% seriously. It's not hyperbole. She is a Nazi. A Nazi, but for Jews, is a Nazi nonetheless. It's incredibly funny, by the way, that CONTRAPOINTS talks about how leftists achieve nothing. They apparently have totally inactionable goals, when she is the poster child for achieving absolutely nothing. Well, aside from fattening her bank account, of course. Despite her connections and proximity to the most powerful people in American politics, despite her being profiled constantly in the mainstream imperialist media, being framed as some sort of de-radicalizing force, which has given her capacity to have actual, real, direct levels of influence on formal American politics that most can only dream of, her own political project has, throughout her career, solely failed spectacularly, which is quite an impressive feat, quite an impressive level of incompetence, given that her own goals are incredibly unambitious, incredibly easy and simple to achieve. She does not seek change. She rather just wants to maintain one side of the status quo, the Democrats in the USA. She wants to keep them in power so they can ensure her own personal rights are protected as a white American trans woman. Everything else she's fine with. The imperialism, the mass murder, the genocide. In fact, if anything, such endeavors by the US benefit Americans of her social class, which is why she has absolutely never expressed any opposition to them until this sort of wishy-washy, fake, anti-genocide rhetoric that she's engaging in now. The fact that anything anti-imperialist at all has always been absent from her content should have clued you into the fact that she is a fascist a very long time ago. Because it did to me. I've known this for fucking ever. The fact that many of her...
No, I think she's something far more simple than a fascist. She's a grifter. She's in it for the fucking money. That's it. The money, the fame, the power, the halls of power. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. It's not that deep. It's not. I completely agree with Ben Empanada's analysis, but he's giving her too much credit for. She's in it for the cash. It's for the cash. It's for the cash. Make a very large audience that agrees with you that Republican bad, conservative bad, homophobia and transphobia bad, and just grift the living shit out of it. But she dug herself into her own hole because leftists will not support someone who, at this current year of our Lord 2025, who is not against the Zionist genocide of Palestinians. It was hitting her back. I'm tired of repeating myself.
Former fans who now see her...
He does mention absolutely her class interest, absolutely.
Her for what she is, never noticed this, is pretty jarring, really. I hope that they now realize, going forward, that the people who are most negatively affected by Western politics, by the actions of Western governments, and by the willful malice of people like Natalie Wynn are not residents of the West themselves. They're not actually you, but rather the billions of people who are not even within your borders. So CONTRAPOINTS' own political project has...
Which CONTRAPOINTS, by the way, says that she hopes that the United States of America change their perspective on Palestine and liberate them. Okay. I hope the Nazi government gets changed and they liberate the Jews and the Slavs and the Roma.
Has failed to achieve its absurdly simple goal of just keeping things how they were. No change, nothing ambitious, nothing risky, just keep the Democrats in power so that I can be comfy. During her career,
keep the Democrats in power because I put, I aligned with them. I aligned with them. I'm CONTRAPOINTS. I aligned with the Dems. The Dems, encourage mainstream media to fucking post me. They hang out with me, which grows me into mainstream fame and fills my coffers deeper and deeper and deeper. That's it.
Donald fucking Trump, the biggest...
Which works. I have 1.57 subscribers. She has 54,000 subscribers. It works. She's getting the bag by creating this fucking milquetoast liberal pitch.
Biggest bumblefuck loser fascist ever has won 2 elections. Both times.
You know what's going to happen? I can tell you immediately what's going to happen. She will understand that she's losing the leftist audience. This is destiny in the making, okay? This is Ethan Klein in the making. Ethan Klein realized that he cannot grift to the left because of his Zionism. CONTRAPOINTS will understand that she cannot grift to the left because of her liberal Zionism and her connection to the Democratic Party, etc., etc., etc. So she's completely going to abandon pitching to the left at all. And she's going to concentrate on the bag. And the bag is with liberal politics. That is what's going to happen. Because she thinks like a business person. Not a principled fucking leftist that wants to see the world change in a class-conscious direction. Why left the left? Why the left left me? Why left squared? Grift points.
Times against Democratic Party candidates who she championed. There are way more fascists in the USA now who are way more emboldened now than they were when she was getting started. And this woman is supposedly the Nazi whisperer, but it looks like she
is the most classic fucking scene of all time, man. A liberal which agrees with leftists on most points until there's a point. Get it, CONTRAPOINTS? That they cannot counter. Until there's a point they cannot counter. Such as Zionism. These exact points are what differentiates those two schools of thought. Or I should say, schools of absolute fucking shit and schools of thought. And then you got to pick a side. And CONTRAPOINTS is just tried with this post. Try to sit on both chairs. But now she's going to pick a side. Liberalization on steroids. Let's fucking go.
Really failed to successfully.
Because of this. Okay?
Revolution has got to be perfect. The radio program, are they going to be able to keep ill? The darn to have their nations. And those who demand instant perfection. The day after the revolution, they get up and say, are there civil liberties for the fascists? Are they going to be allowed to have their newspapers and their radio program? Are they going to be able to keep all their farms? The passion that some of our liberals feel, the day after the revolution, the passion and concern they feel for the fascists, the civil rights and civil liberties of those fascists who were dumping and destroying and murdering people before. Now the revolution has got to be perfect. It's got to be flawless. Well, that isn't my criteria. My criteria is what happens to those people who couldn't read. What happens to those babies that couldn't eat, that died of hunger? And that's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support. Not blindly, not unqualifiedly. And the Reaganite government that tries to...
Exactly. That yellow parenti was talking about people like CONTRAPOINTS. Art. Cinema. Cinema. Kino. Kino. Cinema.
Whisper to any Nazis. Well,
the Linky is here. It's Jebote koji kurac, eto. Koji kurac!
Aside from the Zionist ones, of course, she's pretty firmly aligned with them now, isn't she? She's a complete and utter failure. Her politics are a complete and utter failure. She is living proof of the practical inviability of her own ideology, of her own prescriptions, of the fact that...
Ideologically, absolutely complete failure. But as you see here on screen, I don't think that's the point. I think this is the point. I think this is the point. That 54,082, that's the point. Okay? So yes, politically complete failure, absolutely. Absolutely. But this 54,000, that's the point. There she's not a failure. Okay? And she's trying to keep that number, okay? She's trying to keep it. But she's gonna realize that she can't keep the leftists off that represent a big chunk of this 54,000. So she's gonna completely abandon that part of her demographic in order to save the other one and keep making money. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? This is fucking Jesus OBS, what the fuck? What the hell? What the hell you on? What the hell points? you. I put it right here. Like a Jesus-like figure, okay?
But if your comfort is built on the blood of billions of oppressed, then if
You guys, SMR is uncomfortable. I'm just whispering, my friend. Maple, you're too internet built, but yeah.
eventually your chickens are going to come home to roost. And you're going to be made to feel at least a slight fraction of the pain, of the dread, of the horror that you were indifferent to when your nation was inflicting it upon others. That there is not even a single hint of in your entire base of content. And the worst thing about this is that she's clearly seen this total failure of her ideology over the course of the last 10 years. Everything that I'm talking about, you know, she knows all about. But she's so dumb, so unimaginative, and hides her intellectual
dumb, stupid, or dumb. What was that? Dumb, stupid, the fucking song. Oh god, now it's in my head. Jesus, ADHD moment. Dumb, stupid, or dumb. Oh yeah, it's 669. Bitch, are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? Or some shit. Wait. Sorry. I know this is like very fucking stupid, but I just gotta do this. I don't know, I'm gonna lose my mind. Dumb. Wait, no, not. Why is it in Spanish, Blad? Why is this translated in Spanish?
Gobble up, 'cause my money up, slide in the boot.
Where is it? Ah, here it is.
Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? Huh?
Is that a Labubu? Holy shit, is that actually a Labubu? Holy fuck. 669 invented Labubus before Labubus. Holy shit. That's a Labubu, bro. We found a very rare Labubu. Labubu. Guys, you want to see my very rare Labubu? Because if you do...
What you talking about? Niggas always want to chase clout. Bitch, I am clout. Tell them get up on my face.
Oh, God.
Submedia
Ultra rare Labubu. 60 karat gold Labubu.
mediocrity under a veil of overproduction to such an extent that the...
What is a Labubu? I don't know what that is. That is very good, my friend. Robo, that is a very good thing. That is a very good thing. You're a healthy young human being, and you should not know what a Labubu is, okay? Nobody fucking tell Robo what a Labubu is. And Robo, do not Google Labubu, okay? I will personally be angry at you for Googling Labubu.
The best prescription that she can think of is to keep advocating for the exact same things that got her here, to the extent that she is actively deriding people who are actually trying to work towards something different that might take actual time, effort, and sacrifice to achieve. Especially that last part bothers her. She would never, for someone like her who is such an abject failure of a human being in every aspect, particularly intellectually and morally, to lecture others on what the acceptable and achievable bounds of politics are and should be, to tell them they need to give up and accept the decent Nazis who are presently massacring dozens of tiny little children every fucking day, is so disgusting. You are a Nazi, Natalie Wynn. The tides are turning and you will rightfully be swept away. The comfort that you have now will not last. Your viewer base will dwindle as the appetite for the sort of tripe that you make and the views that you espouse evaporates, and you are far too lazy to adapt. We will extend you as much empathy during your downfall as you did to the little babies massacred by the decent ideology of Zionism. I'd just like to say hi.
Fuck, empanada, man. Just empanada. Holy shit.
Hi Natalie, how you doing? For when I appear in 3 years' time, when you finally finish your next video, whining about the pushback you got for this, probably titled something like, I was cancelled for the 5th fucking time. By the way, what do you even do with your time? You literally make 1 video a year. This woman is not working. As a YouTuber, I can tell you that 100%. She doesn't work. I know how much work this stuff takes. Even with all the costumes and the scene setup and the editing, definitely does not take a year to make per video. It would be 2 or 3 months per video at most if she's working a normal 40-hour work week. And that's if she was doing it all alone. I could start and finish a video with the same level of work on the scripting and research side of things as what goes into her videos in a week or 2. And I don't have employees like she does. She's just not working. She's doing 2-hour work weeks on your Patreon dime while posting about the importance of Zionist feelings as Zionists commit genocide.
Do we have anybody in chat who supports ContraPoints on Patreon? Do we have anyone in chat who supports ContraPoints on Patreon? Because if we do, you fucking loser! You fucking loser! You stupid little Labubu baby! You stupid fucking loser! You're paying money for liberal Zionism, you dumb little Labubu baby! So go unsubscribe from ContraPoints and come subscribe to YugopnikTwitch! Or to Bad Empanada over there. Yay! But seriously, you should be very embarrassed, bro. Very embarrassed. Subscribe to ContraPoints on Main. Very cringe. Subscribe to Yugopnik or Bad Empanada on Main. Pfft, basado. Did somebody say based? Okay. Did somebody say cooking? I did. I did.
Welcome to Kian Carlisle's 100.
What the helly? What is that video chatter? Holy fuck. I'll check it out, though. I'll check it out.
I just want to make sure that all of you know that.
Guy right there, boy. We love me some Bad Empanada.
Oh my god, jump scare. Jesus Christ. So many Bad Empanada videos in one correlation. You wanted me to check out the mic roast? Let's do the mic roast.
This entire argument is
Okay,
not...
we are going from the NKVD officer of the online left, which is Bad Empanada, of course, over to the professor of the online left, Mike from PA. Okay, Dad. Okay, what is Dad gonna teach me? Let's listen to Dad for a little bit. Okay, I'm milking this shit hard.
nonsensical. What does she mean by politically infeasible? What do you actually mean? Make a point instead of stating a conclusion. Back your point up, ContraPoints. Every single point you make is so pathetically stupid and unresearched. You must be a Destiny fan. You must be a Destiny fan.
Oh my god, strays. I love these types of strays, man.
Single time you try to approach a point, it's so easy to debunk. Even a modicum of knowledge throws it in the trash. This is the written thing you decided to publish? Did anybody read it? If somebody hates
Yeah, ChatGPT.
me 100% of the time, they're a piece of shit. What is your thoughts on Mike theory is totally vindicated every single time. Now, just last week, I asked ContraPoints, Natalie, question, are you a liberal Zionist? And then I was blocked. Now, I don't know why I was blocked for this question. Like, how the f can you block someone for asking if you're a liberal Zionist? And then a week later you post, and this is why the topic we will be covering today is ContraPoints goes mask off as a Zionist. And she is of the
A Zionist grifter, more importantly. But yes.
Ethan Klein School of Zionism. The Ethan Klein School of Zionism is, you guys didn't even stop us from doing a genocide, and therefore Kamala Harris lost. You guys are so powerless and ineffective. Killing 60,000 people is probably the worst atrocity of the last 2 years, but in the scope of modern history, it's unfortunately far from unique. Now, chat, this is what I knew.
Why would you boast this? Why would you ever Hey, chat. On my TikTok, I keep seeing videos of dead Palestinians, and then I see a bunch of TikTokers that are telling me that this is very fucked up. So I must say, in the most redditor of voices, to you plebeians, that yes, this is bad, but there are many bad things that have happened throughout history. Why are you paying attention to this bad thing in particular? You anti-intellectuals, why do you care about something? Why do you care about... Huzzah! I will... Oh god, that's literally why I posted what... This is literally why I posted what I posted when I saw this fucking shit. Where is it? Oh my god, they deleted the fucking post. The post is unavailable. I ratioed the White House. Literally, ContraPoints. Idealist political activism? No! I prefer being a dark, mysterious, moody cynic myself. ContraPoints, okay? She just needs a fedora. A fedora. ContraPoints more like fedora wearing points.
That ContraPoints is a Zionist. Because when you read this, you're like, first of all, 60,000 people? That's an undercount. Israel doesn't think it's 60,000. Nobody thinks it's 60,000. And then
No, yes, but more importantly, like, what motivates you to post it? Like, what motivates you to post it? What motivates you to post it? What motivates her to post this is, why the fuck are you asking me to say something about an active genocide? I have not said anything about the Rwandan genocide, and yet nobody is calling me because it's active, because it's active, because it's happening, and because it's happening. Because leftists gave you a fucking voice, gave you a fucking platform, and they expect better of you. I expect a fucking dog catcher in front of my fucking house who calls himself a leftist, a socialist, or whatever the fuck, to be anti-Zionist. Because you cannot be those two things at the same time. I mean, a Zionist and a leftist. You cannot. And you make so much money, have such a big fucking platform, and yet choose not to do it? Sorry. Everybody is passing a litmus test on this particular question.
then said is probably the
including you, motherfucker.
Worst atrocity,
motherfucker,
the last 2 years. So she's implying that there's things that are worse, that are going on right now. So right off the bat, this is an attempt to downplay the Gaza genocide by undercounting the casualties and then implying that there's other things that are worse.
Yeah, that's good, Ann. Thank you.
Right. And then, in case you were not, if you were like, wait, is she doing, which I think she's doing, she's helpful in that she clarifies it by saying, but in the scope of modern history. So she's saying not like ancient genocides, not genocides from the Middle Ages, not the Crusades, not the Huns or whatever. She's saying in modern history, right? If you measure it against recent atrocities, it's not that bad. This is, as I said at the time, genocide apologia. Now, when you look at the Israeli genocide, you should ask yourself, what makes this unique?
It is. It absolutely is. I agree completely with Mike. It's saying, well, why am I supposed to cover this? It's not that deep, guys. Why do you want me to comment on this? Why are you not? Why are you not? Why are you not? Not why are we expecting you to, but why are you not? Why are you actively avoiding the main political discourse of the last 2 years? You gotta be either blind or deaf or permanently offline to not interact with this particular discourse. So what I'm trying to say is you have to actively avoid saying anything about this, okay? It is to say something about the genocide in Gaza is not to do something. It is to actively not do something when you're not saying it. I'm making too complicated, but you get my fucking point.
As for an American, what makes the Israeli genocide unique for an American? Well, our government is helping it actively and using our taxpayer dollars to do it and destroying international institutions of human rights and diplomacy and humanitarian assistance. So that, as an American, makes it very unique. I don't want my government to destroy the United Nations. I don't want my government to be attacking the Red Cross or Doctors Without Borders. That's what makes it unique, Natalie. I said I thought she had grown out of the Islamophobia.
Or literally sanctioning UN personnel for rightfully calling out what is happening in Gaza.
But it turns out that was just wishful thinking. I was weirded out that CONTRAPOINTS started to push the idea that anti-Semitism is a big problem on the left, just as a major Islamophobic attack was happening to Zohran Mamdani. Yikes. That's the other thing. It's to be like, right after Zohran wins the primary, as an open anti-Zionist, constantly being attacked by the mainstream media and the Democratic establishment for not being pro-Israel, he wins in a landslide over Andrew Cuomo, and that's when CONTRAPOINTS decides to emerge from her fucking cocoon to start I'm just here to criticize the left on its anti-Semitism. What the fuck are you talking about?
Literally Fed posting on Maine, dude. You know, we like to joke around here and say all the time that, you know, that the fucking State Department will realize at some point that there's a shit ton of influence, a shit ton of political influence coming from digital platforms, and they will start making their own, like making their own YouTube channels, making their own content creators, etc., etc. Well, I was far off. There was very bad analysis on my end. There was very bad analysis because it's already happening. Because the largest quote-unquote video essayist on the quote-unquote left is already doing it. She's fed posting. She's like, eh, let's go, State Department, woo! CIA points, yeah, oh my God, these fucking commies calling everybody CIA. Yes. Da.
About right as the left is finally coming into its own and getting another surge of.
I mean, it's even funnier if you're not being paid by the CIA to repeat CIA talking points. At least the guys getting paid by the CIA are, you know, fucking getting the bag.
Popularity because of our principled position on Palestine.
Quite a point. Yeah, I love that one. That was my favorite.
This is when Natalie wants to come out and emerge into the discourse. We know what you are. So I asked her, Natalie, question, would you consider yourself a liberal Zionist? And the response we got immediately was that. In 2025, if a person is not coming out and saying Israel is a genocide apartheid.
Everybody, your fucking mom, your fucking dad, your fucking sister, the dog catcher, okay? Everyone. But they're like, oh, why are you asking me? Why are you asking me? I'm just a little baby with a massive platform. Why me? Why do I have to say anything about this? And then when I do actually come out and say something about this, I complain about how you guys are fucking stupid and you caused Kamala to lose, okay? Because you're over obsessing with these petty things. These petty things. Oh, which petty things, Hugo? Genocide. Thank you very much. I know some stuff. Thank you very much for the 18 months, man. You've been here from the start. Jesus. Thank you very much. Thank you. I know some stuff. Let's try and hit that daily goal. Jesus, we're far away from that daily goal. It's okay. We're having fun. That's what matters.
I'd say, and the United States should sanction them and withdraw all military aid. They're a genocidal maniac, and they should never be supported for anything. Now, if they're a regular person and they don't really pay attention.
And again, I like to put out a specific caveat here. This is not Mike or me or anybody else doing, the fucking internet pill, Reddit pill definition of trying to actively cancel someone, etc., etc. The only thing we are saying is don't get your political analysis from someone who can't get the simplest political question right. What is that question? Is an apartheid, settler colonial, fascist state participating in active genocide bad? And should it be allowed to exist in that form? Okay? If a motherfucker can't answer that question right, okay, they shouldn't be asked about how to use toilet paper. Okay? You should not, if somebody is not an anti-Zionist, you should not listen to them about how to tie your shoes.
Into politics, and they don't know a lot about this. I find that to be up, but it is what it is. That's different than coming out, being a political content creator who made their bones riding the Bernie Sanders wave of 2019 and 2020, who postured as a radical socialist / sock dem for years. That's different. You can be expected to be held to a different standard than some random guy. So I know for a fact, without a shadow of a doubt, that it was my questioning of, are you a liberal Zionist, that created this meltdown? Because I went viral multiple.
Okay, Mike. Damn, Mike. Okay, brother. God bless, maybe. Mike whipping up that big fucking uncircumcised schlog. No, he's American, probably circumcised.
I'm gonna come. Times making fun of Natalie or like questioning her Zionism and being like, huh? All right, CONTRAPOINTS. So many leftists feel betrayed.
She's Catholic. Some people don't know America lore. You guys, I can see some Europeans and South Americans in chat. You don't know this about American lore? Holy shit, I'm about to blow your fucking mind. The Yanks, they all circumcise. The Yanks, just all of them circumcised. Not based on, not all of them, but most of them. Not based on some religious doctrine or ideal and so on. They just cut, because, I don't know, a dad had his dick cut, so he cuts his kid's dick because he wants his kid's dick to look like his or something. Not all, yeah, Sonny is a fucking basado. It's literally healthier, Jesus. Cope! Okay. I see some cuts coping up in here. Sorry, we're not entering circumcision debates here, okay? I am not entering circumcision debates.
Because I haven't made a video on Palestine. All right, first off, no one wanted you to make a video on Palestine. They wanted you to stop being silent on the genocide. Just coming out.
Grateful not having dick cheese. Haha, cut spotted. Cut spotted. Okay, I'm stopping. I'm about to lose subscribers and followers.
And saying, hey, I think Israel's doing a genocide and it's fucked up and America should boycott Israel, or America should stop giving Israel weapons and money. Like, you didn't have to.
Okay, there you go. We have a competition. We have a competition until the end of the stream, okay? Every single subscription or gift sub, I want you to tell me whether you are supporting Uncut Gang or Cut Gang, okay? Uncut Gang or Cut Gang. And by the end of the stream, depending on which gang gets more subscribers under their tent, okay, that will define which is the superior way of having a penis, okay? So if I get 10 gift subs and somebody says Cut Gang, that means 10-0 for Cut Gang, okay? Start the civil wars. Start the civil wars now. I love how there's actual infighting in chat right now. There's actual infighting between cut and uncut. No, I'm not saying post. You got to vote with your wallet, okay? You got to vote with your wallet. Subs define your voting rights.
Do much. This whole you have to make a video thing is not even what people were asking for. Do they actually want a CONTRAPOINTS video about Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No.
This is the Soviet spit of Hugo chat. Uncut is mutilation, but I'm glad I was mutilated. It looks so much nicer. 1-0 for the cuts, okay? 1-0 for the circumcised gang.
Oh, I've posted.
Yes, I am doing this. Absolutely. I will do anything to motivate you fuckers to subscribe.
About Gaza occasionally, and have quietly given money to Palestinian aid organizations, but I think what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger. They sense some hesitation on my part and are judging me very harshly on my presumed opinions. I'd rather be judged on my actual opinions. So here they are. Is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? Yes.
Barry, thank you for the gift sub, but which group are you supporting? Which group are you supporting? Cut Gang or Uncut Gang? Come on, Barry. And by the way, you don't have to be cut or uncut to support the other group. You can be one, but support the other group, okay? We don't know where Barry's vote is going. Where's your vote going, Barry? Cut Gang. 2-0 for the circumcised. Jesus, uncircumcised really losing in chat. Jesus Christ. No self-respect for the uncircumcised. 2-0 for the circumcised. That is a sentence I said today, publicly on stream in front of 1,000 people.
Do I oppose it? Yes.
Isn't it 1-1? No, the first one was happy that they're cut, so they support cut.
Do I feel angry about it? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. Okay, number one, genocide is the most serious crime.
Search bad empanada circumcision. What the hell? Bad empanada circumcision. Bad empanada circumcision scandal is crazy. Wow. Jesus Christ. Wait. So, Cut Gang. Jesus, 3-0 for the circumcisers. Thank you, Stalin. Magic. I'm a nurse and I have seen old people with nasty dicks. Please get rid of that foreskin. What the fuck is this? Why do I have so many Americans in chat? For fuck's sakes, man. Okay, 4-0 for the fucking circumcisers, okay? 4-0 for the circumcisers. Res bandum. What is res bandum? Top Scruffy, help me out here. Thank you very much for the 9 months. But what are you saying? I don't know what Top Scruffy is saying. Uncut baby, and it looks incredible. Fuck you. 5-0 for the circumcised gang. Jesus Christ. 5-0 for the circumcised gang. Goosted RS with 5 gift subs. What are you voting for? Goosted. Which gang? Which group? Goosted. You gotta tell me. Which one are you dominating to? Help me out, mods. Help me out, mods. Incredible things are happening in Yugopnik chat, okay? Goosted, which ones are you voting for? I don't see Goosted saying anything. Ghosted, which one? Okay, before Ghosted, it was 4-0. Before Ghosted, it was 4-0. Okay? We don't know where Ghosted's thing goes. Calm like a Tom entering with 10 gift toys. Thank you very much, Calm like a Tom. But which group? You got to tell me. You got to immediately post which gang. Which gang are you? Calm like a Tom. Calm like a Tom. No answer from Calm like a Tom as well. Uncut American here. We exist. Hell yeah. Okay. Uncircumcised now in the lead. 10 versus 4 for the uncircumcised gang and an American uncircumcised individual. This is interesting. This is interesting. Then we got Randy Pizzle. Got pizzled in that name. I wonder which group they might be belonging to, okay? Mr. Randy, which group are you supporting? You gotta tell me, Randy. 5 gifties, unbowed, unbent, uncut. Holy shit. So Goosted's 5 were also towards the uncircumcised group. Right now it's 15 for the uncircumcised and 4 for circumcised. The battle is truly intensifying. Big Cut Gang, hello from South Carolina, mate. Absolutely. Hello. Very nice to see Carolinians in here. That takes another 5 for the circumcised gang. Now it is officially a battle. 15 versus 9 for the uncircumcised gang, okay? We have 15 uncircumcised. The math is getting complicated here. 15 for uncircumcised and 9 for circumcised. Now we got Mavrekt, okay? Mavrekt, which gang are you in, Mavrekt? With the 3 gifties. Mavrekt. Kaži mi be, brate. Mavrekt, which one are you? Okay? Which one are you, Mavrekt? Mavrekt. Gotta tell me. You can potentially win this for them, okay? This is bizarre. This is indeed bizarre. Cut hello from SC. But I'm losing count. We get okay, it's 15 to this is getting complicated. It's 15 versus 9. Now we got to figure out what Mavrekt is. What is Mavrekt? Mavrekt. God damn it. Which one are you? I can search chat. How can I search chat? I'm fucking Mavrekt. Help me. Did Mavrekt say anything? I cannot click. Cut. Okay, Mavrekt. Thank you very much. No, you can't in Chatterino. It's very difficult. In Chatterino, you cannot actually click on the name of somebody that is subscribed. I'm not that stupid. So Mavrekt says that how many was it? Okay, 15 to 9. Mavrekt gives 3 to circumcised gang. So we have oh my god, it's getting close. 15 for uncircumcised and 12 for circumcised. 15 versus 12. I repeat, 15 versus 12. And now we got Tiny Zucchini, okay? What is the state of your zucchini? I am a woman, and they both look weird in different ways. No preference. Hygiene is more important than the detailing. Okay, we got a centrist here. Whoa. We got a centrist here. Whoa. Okay, so nobody gets 15 to 12 for the uncircumcised gang, okay? 15 to 12 for uncircumcised. Magic coming in with a gift sub, who are you supporting? Who are you supporting? Magic, okay? Which one? Which team are you on? Magic, come on. Got so many new people in here, and this is their first interaction with the Yugopnik Twitch. We're doing civil war over the look of your penis. You gotta at me after you subscribe. You gotta at me and tell me which category you are. Okay, 15 versus 12. Now I'm looking at Magic's response. Magic, you gotta tell me. Magic, you called me an American earlier, still a German, still on Team Cut. What the hell? Okay, a German on Team Cut is absolutely unhinged. Is absolutely unhinged. 15 versus 13 on Team Uncircumcised. The uncircumcised ones seem to be winning. But Urflexo enters chat and says, I have something to say. What are you saying, Urflexo, with your beautiful 5 gift subs? What category of person are you? Uncut gang, let's go. And now, thanks to Urflexo, the Uncuts are in an astounding lead. We got 5 gift subs. That makes them 20. 20 for uncircumcised gang. And what was it? 13 for circumcised gang. Okay? 20 versus 14. I gotta be writing this down somewhere, okay? 20 versus 14. And then Jokula comes in. Jokula. I'm guessing Jokula is Uncut gang. Which gang are you, Jokula? What if I don't have a penis? Seems very discriminatory. No, this is not about how your penis looks or whether you have a penis. This is your ideological perception towards the cutting of a penis, okay? So Jokula is another centrist. So we are 20 versus 14. We are still 20 versus 14 for the uncircumcised. And Jokula, together with another chatter, has gone down the route of centrism on this incredibly important topic of our time, okay? Stop cutting the penis, okay? Non-penis average can vote. Absolutely. This is an ideological question. It is not defined by your material conditions. It's a very metaphysical discussion. Okay? Right now, we have 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. And the Uncut are leading by 6 points. 20 versus 14.
That can be committed.
Oh, I love my job, man. You guys are awesome. For going with this bit, like, that just makes you fucking awesome. It makes you so fucking cool. Motherfucker out here said, depending on how many subscribers, the 2 categories of cut and uncut penis. Well, like, I said that shit, and all of you were like, okay, bet. Let's do this. Bet. We are doing this right now. And then fucking Polky up in here. Polky with 10 gift toys. What are you gift toying on, okay? What category are you, Polky? Polky, you gotta tell me. 10 is a big number. 10 is a big number. You're changing this game completely, potentially, okay? Uncut gang. Jesus Christ, Uncut gang dominating on the fields of battle in Yugopnik Twitch. 30 versus 14 for Uncut. Da-dum-dum-da-dum. Da-dum-dum-da-dum. And then we got Flux. Uncut gang, it's fun to play with the hood. Hell yeah, brother. We got 31 for Uncut gang, and then Marshmallow joins the community with a tier 1 and says, Uncut gang, Uncut gang. Holy shit. The circumcised gang was very loud in chat, but not very loud when it comes to voting with their wallet. Not very loud when it came to whipping it out, if you know what I mean. I'll pick the cut gang then. Isuse, Jole, jebote, ozbiljno, kakav si ti, izdajica. Jokula, though, in a great twist, chooses to remove himself from his enlightened centrist position and join the cut gang. It is 32 versus 19 now for the Uncuts. Oh. Okay, no, now you're just... Now you're just sabotaging the electorate, okay? Jokula here with his developing world subscriptions, fucking just literally coming in to the rescue, okay? And he's 100% uncut, okay? He's 100% uncut. I know. I've seen Jokula's dick, okay? So thanks to Jokula, we got 32 versus 29. 32 versus 29. It is incredibly close for the uncircumcised, and Shaz whips it out and says, what do you say, Shaz? What does Shaz say? At me and say, Cut Gang. Holy fucking shit! Shaz completely takes it to the moon. Now the Cut Gang is leading. 32 versus 39. The Cut Gang is getting close to their wished results. 32 versus 39. In a lead never before seen. Usually, on average, being a little bit behind the uncuts. Today, we see a change. For the cuts are ahead of the uncuts. I switched 3 of my votes into Uncut Gang. You can't do that now, Jokula. What the hell? You can... I will not allow it. You must, after somebody subscribes, you gotta at me and tell me what gang you're voting for. So right now we are. No, I'm gonna actually put it on here. Okay, this is the great. Right now we are 32 versus 39 for cut, also known as circumcised in some circles. Okay, you have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to influence this.
Admitted. There is no crime more serious than genocide. So if Israel is committing, by the way, Israel isn't committing genocide. The United States of America is committing this genocide. We pay 70% of the cost of the weapons. From Iron Dome to...
The uncuts were very proud, but now slowly losing. Slowly losing.
F-15s. U.S. provides 70%.
And they are angry and coming back potentially. We got Barry Balls supporting the cuts. With 40, 32 versus 40 for cut now. And then we got Forrest Grumps entering this greatest discussion of our time. What is Forrest saying? Which do you support, Forrest? You gotta always tell me because I can't remember the previous ones. There's too many. Which group do you support? Cut. Oh my God, the cut is now taking a significant lead. A truly significant lead. 32 versus 45 for cut thanks to... No, 7. No, 7. Wait. 42, 45, 47. 47 versus 32. I repeat, 47 versus 32 for a cut. And then Yi comes in with a gift sub and says, Ye, I shall not cut thee, which gives another point to the uncircumcised gang. 33 versus 47. And then this cut, this census taker comes in to take the census with another 10 gift subs. Which one do you support, census taker? You gotta at me and tell me. Census taker, you must tell us what census you are taking. Come on, census taker. Those 10 can really change everything. Those 10 can indeed change everything in this greatest of debates of our era. Census taker, at me and tell me which one. Gift sub should count as one for... Cut. They said cut. Oh my God. Dude, uncircumcisers are getting absolutely annihilated today. Jesus Christ. 57. Okay? 57 for those without a hood versus 33 for those who support an intact PP. You guys are really winning. There is very little chance for Uncut Gang to come back from this, but everything is possible on YugopnikTwitch. I love my job so much. You guys are the best. You guys are literally the fucking best. For going with this, you are the best. And for people telling me that I should take myself a little bit more seriously, no. Let old Ankh teach you something. People that take themselves very seriously are people like CONTRAPOINTS, okay? It's a big red flag, okay? It's a very big red flag. But anyways, 33 versus 57 for cut.
of Israel's war costs. This isn't Israel.
This is a serious civil war in here.
Doing a genocide. This is the United States. This is from last October.
Hugo, you need to take executive power and overrule the result. You're literally wearing foreskin on your face, son of a bitch. Hugo is so pro uncut that he put a hood on his head, bro.
A report by Brown University's Watson Institute reveals that since the beginning of the war, the U.S. has spent more than $22 billion on military aid to Israel, from weapons and equipment to the...
Of course, the billionaire donor class is organizing. They're afraid of foreskin redistribution, of lowering the Piener Goins disparity. Their bottom line is at stake. That is so funny. And absolutely. Spectacle comes in with another vote. What does Spectacle say? What does Spectacle say? Which category does Spectacle support? Oh, Jesus, I muted Mike.
Is our government is using our taxpayer dollars to pay for it, while hundreds of thousands of Americans live out on the streets, while millions of Americans die because they don't have health care, where millions of people are drowning in credit card debt, in student loan debt, and who are never going to be able to afford their own home.
King Cold Prince walks in with 12 gift subs. Will a King Cold Prince make sure that the cuts establish themselves as the kings of chat, or will he potentially help out the uncircumcised gang? Prince, tell me which one you are right now. It is a question of all to the uncut. And Uncut, thanks to Prince, now leads the Uncuts to 45 versus 57. There is still a chance for the uncircumcised if they unite through their wallets and prove to the Cuts forever that they not only have statistically more meat on their peener, but that they also have more money. The direct material relations between the visuals of your dick and how much cash you have shall be determined on this fine day. Who is the proletarian? Who is the bourgeois? The Cuts or the Uncuts? Uncuts. For now, it looks like the domineering class is still cut. 45 versus 57.
Millions of people who are delaying having the family of their dreams because they can't afford childcare. Our money is going overseas to fund a fucking genocide. So yeah, I'm pissed. 1. Doom. The week after October 7th, it was clear the mood among Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly killed or be killed, existential panic, and unstoppable lust for revenge. So fucking what?
Yeah, existential panic of apartheid genocidal regime. That is a good thing, Natalie. I don't know if you heard. That is indeed a good thing. But by the way, wait, because they gave 12. It's 47 versus 57, actually. Apologize, King Cold Prince. It was 12. I'm gotten poor, alhamdulillah.
For a pathetic little rump state that only exists without America. Without America paying for the shit, they couldn't have done it. Without America stopping the rockets from Iran, they wouldn't have been able to do this. Without America assaulting the Houthis, they wouldn't have been able to do this. Without America providing diplomatic aid, they would have been sanctioned. They would have been condemned in the United Nations. The United States of America is what made their lust possible. It reminded me of the U.S. after 9/11. There was no reasoning or protesting them out of it. Nor was it politically feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel.
Yes, but Native Americans didn't do 9/11. Okay? Native Americans did not do 9/11. The only way to do this parallel is if Native Americans had done 9/11.
On a time frame that would make a difference. Now, this is the entire point. Politically feasible? The vast majority of Americans have been against giving Israel aid for over a year now.
2 minutes left for the great Civil War of YugopnikTwitch, circa 2025. Cuts versus Uncuts. Cuts are winning by 10 points. The destiny of your penises shall be decided on this fine day.
What does that mean, politically feasible? Expand on that, because your entire thesis relies on it. I've already established that the United States overwhelmingly pays for this war. So all that has to happen is the president of the United States picks up a telephone and says, we are not funding your war anymore. And as far as the voters were overwhelmingly This is from September of 2024.
Yeah, which is something that ContraPoints goes on to literally blame on the voters. Blame on people that really care about a little thing known as genocide, okay? If you guys cared a little bit less about a little thing known as a genocide, maybe Kamulu could have wunu.
Just under a year ago, here are 34 polls that show a ceasefire and weapons embargo help Kamala win. Voters agree the U.S. should call for ceasefire, de-escalation of violence. Voters want the U.S. to call for a permanent ceasefire, prioritize diplomacy. Majority in the U.S. now disapprove of Israeli action. Endorsing Israel arms embargo would...
Yeah, Mike is making a really good point because she calls it completely unfeasible as a project, and yet literally because pro-Palestinian people have been screaming at the top of their lungs in America and outside of America, the average opinion of the American voter has shifted away, to repeat myself, has shifted away from the support of the Zionist entity. And now we move on to conversations about circumcised dicks. 10 seconds left. Are the circumcised going to win? Is YugopnikTwitch chat officially a circumcised chat? And the votes have come in. I take no pleasure in saying that Yugopnik... Wait, I gotta do this properly. I take no pleasure in saying that my chat is... circumcised. American cultural imperialism wins yet again. Obviously, this does not apply to Muslim and Jewish comrades. I'm rarely disappointed, but it is what it is. The Ottomans have won. Robo, you're right in my gut. You're twisting the knife, Robo. I have to say, I have to admit defeat. Well played, Cuts. Well played. You might not have an additional part of your dick, but at least you won. In chat. Okay, that was petty of me. That was petty. That was petty. That was petty. That was petty. And ironically, you guys won because of a traitor. You guys won because of an uncircumcised traitor. Jokula, who is literally uncircumcised, supported you. That's the 10 that got you over the line. So there you go. It's not that the uncircumcised won. It's that the circumcised. It's not that the circumcised won. It's that the uncircumcised have betrayed the movement. So it is what it is. Jokes aside, thank you very much for the hype train. And this is now officially a part of the show. Whenever there's a hype train, I'm basically going to do civil wars. That's going to be the bit. Do you guys like the bit? Let's do some surveys. Let's see if chat likes it or if you think it's fucking unhinged. I'm a class traitor. You're a dick traitor. Is it fun? Like we did one by bisexuals one. It was a battle of identities. We did another one. I don't remember what it was. 9/11 towers of advertising or some shit. Yeah, it's fun. Everybody likes it. It's unique. It's unique. Yeah, love how you called me dumb. The Cuts won Hugo Copes. Of course, it's unhinged, but it's also fun. We'll live for it. Okay, I'm really glad. I'm really, really glad. We're keeping it as a staple of the show.
Would boost Harris's support to 49%.
Thank you, guys. I love you.
9%.
Even the uncuts and the cuts.
And
we are secular on this topic, but today the cuts have taken it. Bravo, bravo.
A majority of Democratic voters say the Gaza crisis is either very or somewhat important in determining how they vote. Voters support proposed ceasefire deal to end fight.
cut a liberal, a fascist bleeds. Look, I'm done. I'm too petty.
In Gaza. Support for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza increases across party lines. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan voters believe U.S. too involved in foreign wars and world affairs. Worry World War III approaching. New poll suggests Gaza ceasefire and arms embargo would help Dems with swing state voters. YouGov Policy Project poll found over a third of voters in Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Georgia.
By the way, everybody obviously go and subscribe to Mike from PA's clip channel, please. Highlights channel. Please go and subscribe.
Are more likely to vote for a Democratic nominee who pledges to withhold weapons to Israel. It looks like politically it was actually good for you. Remember, chat, she is posting this in the context of Zoran Mamdani winning an absolute landslide in a primary.
I rarely, I have hot takes on a particular topic, and then we watch other people's hot takes. And with Bet Empanada, which was a brilliant video, the hot takes were like 1-to-1. They were completely identical. But I never even thought, big props to Mike, because I didn't think about the Zoran context in this particular case. It makes a lot of sense. It's a bit tinfoil, but it makes a lot of sense. Because the coincidence is too in your face, okay? She got a phone call, as they say. She got that phone call. Or if she didn't get the phone call, and now I'm being fully fucking, CIA pilled here. If she didn't get the phone call, she realized that she needs to do consent manufacturing away from Zoran's position, because she literally, at this point, works for the democratic establishment.
As a bold pro-Palestinian, anti-Zionist activist.
Liberal Joe Rogan. Contra Rogan.
She's posting this where it's completely discredited and has been discredited for over a year now. What the fuck are you talking about? It would have required replacing most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy.
By the way, what the fuck is the shit behind Mike? It's a bunch of toys. It's kind of cute. But does he have a labubu? Dude, does anybody got Mike's P.O. box? I'm about to send my boy a labubu. A Balkan labubu. There a Balkan labubu? There has to be a Balkan labubu.
See what?
Luigi. Oh, I get the reference. That's cool.
What the fuck are you talking about? Telling Israel to stop attacking Gaza would not have done anything. They would have just stopped like they've done 1,000,000 times in the past. I mean, there's protests in Israel calling for a ceasefire because they want.
I'm literally googling Balkan labubu. And this is what I get. Just a very angry dude.
Pošto se svi poludeli za ova govna mala. Čuti bre ti familiju. Doći je da nas odlučio da kupi ovo sranje, da otvori ovo sranje i da vidim koje ću sranje od ova ovde sranje da
He's basically calling it shit, like on repeat.
Dobijem. Ja bih volao da dobijem ovog ovde, zato što je crn, poteče na mene, ja sam tako crn. Sad ću ja lepo da
I would like to get this one. He's darker, just like my skin tone. Some shit.
otvorim kutiju. Bršu kurac. A kad mi skoči neka karakonžula.
Karakonžula.
Opa. Kurac! Dobili smo ovog zelenog! Jebem te usta, gledaj kak je gadan! Za ovo sranje malo sam dao 1000 dinara.
Nemo da lažeš narod kad si me ukrao zato što i nemaš pare da me kupiš, pičko!
Kuvar nema pare ti! Čekaj bre, kako ti pričaš uopšte? Si na neke baterije bre?
Nisam na baterije, nego si ti jebeni šizofreničar koji priča sa jebenu kameru i...
He made it into a bit. He's like, how are you talking? Are you like battery powered or whatever? And the labubu is turning around and saying, I'm not talking. You're a schizophrenic who is recording himself talking to a toy. So it was a little bit cringe, but then it became actually meta. This is meta, actually.
Snima se sa lutku koja i ne priča.
Nego ti dodaješ glas i jebem te usta.
And it doesn't even talk, but you add the voice and you're gonna put this in the edit in post afterwards.
Lepo kažem ja, ovaj šizofreničar teški.
Nisam šizofreničar, ne.
A schizophrenic is schizophreničar. It's such a fucking better way of calling somebody schizophrenic. Schizophreničar. Schizophrenic, 7 out of 10. Schizophreničar, 10 out of 10.
The hostage is back. Even in the best case scenario, it would have taken years. No, there wasn't. We pay 70% of the costs.
Literally.
They can't fight this war without us. In fact, Biden officials never pressured Israel to reach a ceasefire, ever. Ryan Grimm, new revelations from Israel's Channel 13 investigation based on interview with 9 senior Biden officials. Let's watch this.
A truly incredible and utterly damning quote is out in an Israeli investigation. This is Israel's Channel 13. Interviewed Michael Herzog, former Israeli ambassador, and he says here, God did the state of Israel a favor that Biden was the president during this period. We fought for over a year and the administration never came to us and said, ceasefire now. It never did. That's not to be taken for granted. That is just one piece of this Channel 13 investigation. What you may have noticed is that...
I mean, they're saying it out loud, like literally saying it out loud. But no, we got to run defense for the Democrats. We got to run defense for the guys without whom at least the extent of this genocide would not have been reached. They would have still killed thousands of people, but this many people, this much ethnic cleansing, this much complete annihilation of infrastructure, without our guy Biden would be impossible.
Much more willingness in Israel to be open about what Israel is doing in Gaza. The things that they publish there would be either censored or just blocked from publication here in the United States. In Israel, for whatever reason, we can talk about that later at length, they're freer to talk about what's actually happening. Now, Dan Coe, who's a former Biden administration official, also interviewed John Feiner, who's a top State Department official, and posted that video today. He said a similar thing. He said that it was a reasonable argument to say that the U.S. did not do enough to pressure Israel to let in humanitarian aid and to reduce civilian casualties. That, of course, is putting it quite...
Zionists literally be like, yo, bro, like, I thought you let me kill a couple of thousand, not tens of thousands, bro. I mean, I feel disgusting even making this fucking joke because we're talking about real human fucking lives and fucking streaming on Twitch, but unironically. Yo, Joe, we thought you'd let us do 30% Hitler, but you're just letting us do 100% Hitler? What the fucking helly? Are you okay, Joe? What kind of meth did they put him on, man?
Gently. Feiner also made the point, and I think it's worth underscoring, that that's no longer even the debate that we're having with the Trump administration. Now the question is, why are they putting zero pressure on Netanyahu? And now we have the ugly answer to what happens if there is zero pressure put on Israel to get humanitarian aid in or to reduce civilian casualties. You have civilian casualties explode in a way we haven't seen in many months, and you have food aid completely blocked since March 2nd. Let me underline it. Since March 2nd, not a single truck with food or medicine has been allowed into Gaza.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So what Natalie is saying, just factually incorrect bullshit. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. That is, opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. And they decided to draw the line separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequences. It shrunk the coalition. Zionist is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. Anyone who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. That's not the case. Zionism means that there is a ethno-state with Jewish supremacy. You cannot be a liberal and support an ethno-state with Jewish...
Most Russians support the invasion of Ukraine and the eventual taking of Ukraine into the... what's it called? Into the territory of the Russian Federation. Therefore, we should be really careful when it comes to conversations about the Russian Federation, because it could potentially be very offensive to Russians, okay? Why does that sound completely unhinged and fucking stupid, but when applied to Jews, it's not? What?
Supremacy and apartheid. The two-state solution is a platitude. It's a lie. Everybody knows it's not real. Benjamin Netanyahu himself, the prime minister of Israel, says, I'm never going to allow a Palestinian state. So if you pretend to be in favor of a two-state solution, you are knowingly lying. It's not because I don't want Palestinians to have a state. I'm sure Palestinian polls would say...
100%, 90% of South African whites believe that their life would be threatened in the case of a non-apartheid system. We must keep their opinions in mind when talking about the radical Hamas-like ideas of that guy. I just had a brain fart.
We'll be happy with a two-state because at this
Not
point
so
they're
good.
facing genocide. So the idea of governing their own country as an independent country, I'm sure they would take that over being genocided. But the just position of a moral person is, this is again America's top recipient of foreign aid. And yes, if you support apartheid, you are not a decent person. And just so you know, chat, this was a story we covered this week. CONTRAPOINTS, you should really watch my stream and stop watching Destiny's stream. Maybe you'll learn something for a change. Harry Ented just covered this, like, I think it was last week. Look at this.
This morning.
What are we talking about here? All right, who Democrats sympathize more with, Israelis or Palestinians? In 2017,
Yeah, there you go, Contra. Literal proof that something as established as Zionism in the United States can be budged on when enough people stand behind what is just. And like, to an extent, she's right that this is a bipartisan perspective and that Zionism is extremely entrenched in America, etc., etc. From that perspective, she is correct. What she is incorrect about is the way human civilization works. We question the status quo, and we've managed through thousands upon thousands of years to change the status quo, to progress, okay? We no longer bonk women on the head and take them back to our caves, okay? Oh, hello, fellow Neanderthals. I know that all of you have told me that I should say something about the process of bonking women on the head and taking them back to their caves. But I am smarter than you, and I understand that this is currently the status quo and nothing can be done about it. Said the Neanderthal era's CONTRAPOINTS, okay? like this is basic Marxist understanding of how history flows. Okay, so if you do not understand this, you de facto do not understand even the root of socialist, left-leaning, whatever you want to call it, analysis of how things happen and why they happen and how society is organized, etc.
Democratic Party was a pro-Israeli party. Look at this. They sympathize with the Israelis by 13 points, more with the Israelis than the Palestinians. But look at this sea change. Now Democrats sympathize more with the Palestinians by 43 points. Oh, my God.
So we're talking about a 56-point swing. A 56-point swing in our direction among Democrats, and she says we've done nothing? Every single point you make is wrong. Every single time you try to make a point, it's factually wrong.
Change.
And yet, you have the word point in your name. Oh!
In the margin of 56 points over the course of just 8 years. So all of a sudden, it's the pro-Palestinian position that actually...
What a shite show. Absolutely. Thank you, Autopsia, for the 3 months, my friend. Thank you very much.
...reigns supreme in democratic politics, not the Israeli position. And that is part of the reason why Mandani was able to do so well in this primary, because those attacks over Israel, simply put, did not ring true for Democrats. They're now on the side of the Palestinians, not the Israelis.
The idea that because the left properly evaluates what's going on in Israel as apartheid and says we oppose apartheid, she says, well, you have a maximalist position. Do you think that the pro-Palestine movement would not accept ending the genocide and a Palestinian state? Do you think we wouldn't be like in favor of that happening immediately to alleviate the crisis? Of course we would. But then we would also say it's not okay to have a fucking ethno state. That's not liberalism. That's not American Western values, supposedly. Just because we wouldn't stop doesn't mean that we would not accept some sort of positive gains. Of course we would accept positive gains. This entire argument is nonsensical. It was politically infeasible. She keeps saying it was politically infeasible. What does she mean by this? because I've already demonstrated that it would have made Kamala Harris more likely to win. I've already demonstrated that that the president and the United States has all the power in the genocide. I've already established that it would have actually been positive and popular to do it. So what does she mean by politically infeasible? What do you actually mean? Make a point instead of stating a conclusion. Back your point up, CONTRAPOINTS. What is the pathway that takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state? You know, we have a really great example of how we could do this. It's called South Africa. This country, they used to have apartheid. They used to have apartheid. Guys, remember this? And then it ended. We ended the apartheid. Remember those? They even had a different flag back then. It used to look like this. But see, they got rid of the apartheid South Africa and they started a new country called South Africa. So, like, did they go and exterminate every white person in South Africa? No. They ended the apartheid. And guess what? White people are a minority in South Africa. And they didn't get genocided. Surprise, surprise. I don't see how this could happen without either a total and total collapse of Israeli society or else, you know, nuclear war. What are you talking about? South Africa used to have nuclear weapons. They gave it up. Every single point you're making. They had it. They had 6 nuclear weapons and they dismantled them. Like, what are you talking about? Collaboration with Israel, by the way. The Israel-South Africa agreement. South African projects to develop nuclear weapons during the 70s and 80s were undertaken with long-term cooperation. Hey, it's your favorite country again, CONTRAPOINTS. Israel.
What did I walk in on? What's up, chat? What's up, chat? I gotta eat a little bit. Gotta eat that goddamn food. What are we eating today? We're eating beans. The healthiest food to ever food. It's amazing. We got 2 raw onions. Onions make everything taste so much better. Yum, 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 yum. We eating good. You gotta rewind this? I will.
And guess what? White people are a minority in South Africa. And they didn't get genocide.
Oh, literally the point I was making earlier. Holy shit. Pre-watch, Hugo. Pre-watch. Or just smart people like me and chat and, of course, Mike think the same way because there's only one opinion to have on apartheid.
Decided. Surprise, surprise. I don't see how this could happen without either a total and total collapse of Israeli society or else, you know, nuclear war. What are you talking about? South Africa used to have nuclear weapons. They gave it up. Every single point you're making. They had it. They had 6 nuclear weapons and they dismantled them. Like, what are you talking about? Collaboration with Israel, by the way. The Israel-South Africa agreement. South African projects to develop nuclear weapons during the 70s and 80s were undertaken with long-term cooperation. Hey, it's your favorite country again, CONTRAPOINTS. Israel. So every single point you make is so pathetically stupid and unresearched. You must be a Destiny fan. You must be a Destiny fan. Every single time you try to approach a point, it's so easy to debunk. Even a modicum of knowledge throws it in the trash. How is this fucking real? This is the written thing you decided to publish? Did anybody read it? As usual, leftists have championed the doomed cause. This is one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen in my life. Palestinians are not doomed, you fucking scumbag. Even if they complete their ethnic cleansing of Gaza, the Palestinian nation will live on and eventually be redeemed and victorious. It introduced dangerous ambiguities, the vagueness of Zionism as a political statement. There was nothing vague.
Mike is cooking and we are eating well.
Vague about it. I defined it earlier. The belief that a state in the Levant should be Jewish supremacist and for the Jewish people over other extant political groups, which is apartheid, which is supremacy. You could end that by having, as Zoran Mandami puts it so eloquently, a state with equal rights for all. On the one hand, right-wing Israelis hold up anti-Zionist protests as existentially threatening and inherently anti-Semitic. Yes, they're lying Nazis, right-wing anti-Israelis. You mean Jewish Power Party? You mean the Jewish Power Party that advocates for killing every Arab and burning their villages and does pro-rape riots? Chat, everybody join with me today. Oh my fucking god. If you do not unsubscribe right fucking now. Unsubscribe.
Wait, big test, chat. Big test, actually, for your boy Hugo. Oh shit! Fucking what the hell? I was subscribed. What the hell? I have failed the test. I have most definitely failed the test. Everybody go do the same. Check. Because I was subscribed since years ago. Go and check that shit. Go and check that shit right now. You know what to do, chat. Everybody go and check that shit right the fuck now.
Right now. Jesus fucking Christ. On the other hand, there is a long history of anti-Semites using the term Zionist in a deliberately equivocal way.
It's food good? 10 out of 10. So fucking spicy. It's amazing.
Dog, etc. Anti-Semites are happy for the opportunity to misappropriate the now popular anti-Zionist label to legitimize their agenda, and many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism to recognize that this is happening. These problems are mutually reinforcing. That's on the right wing. That's on the right wing. Or extremely uneducated individuals who could easily be ops. What major left-wing voice or politician is saying Zog? You are now behind the curve of the wine moms. You are to the right of the majority of Democrats, as I established earlier with Harry Enton. Democrats sympathize more with Palestinians by 43 points. Or, I'm sorry, 57 among 18 to 49. You are completely discredited in your age group. Although 49 is approaching fast, ContraPoints.
Thank God I never subscribed. I didn't know who this was until a couple of weeks ago. Jesus, Barry living in an alternate universe. I'm so jealous of you, Barry. So jealous. So jealous of your wife as well for having you as a husband. Oh. God damn, that was some good eating. Ugh. And yes, I'm an absolute swine, and after the stream, I'll go eat like 5 more portions of this. But now in front of chat, I have to pretend to be lean and healthy. Though there's no limit on how many beans you can eat, especially when they're made this fucking well. So fucking good. Literally my favorite meal.
And how you will be remembered is going to arrive faster than you think. I'm halfway through.
And the classic, like right after you finish eating. Hits different. Cigarette would hit better, but.
For my life, at the very least. And that should scare you. That should shake you out of your moral apathy, your ethical ennui, or whatever thing you.
What the fuck? Jesus, again. Multiple people injured at a Kentucky church after suspect shot a state trooper. Multiple people were injured at a Lexington, Kentucky church Sunday after a suspect shot a state trooper, police said. The suspect is also dead. The incident unfolded around 11:35 a.m. local time when the unidentified shooter shot at a trooper, fled the scene before ending up at Richmond Road Baptist Church, Kentucky. Multiple people were injured in the church, police said without elaborating. But okay, he didn't kill everybody in the church. So he might just have been escaping the shooting and went into the church to hide. Thank you, Loquat. Cooking stream when? That's a great idea. It's a great idea. I'm looking with the mods. I'm looking at getting a IRL streaming kit. That shit's gonna be fucking fire.
You will claim to experience. The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. Actually, it's thousands, because thousands have been killed, including babies under the age of 2. Thousands. And by the way, it's not us distributing it. It's us redistributing it, because it's Palestinians who are managing to smuggle this information during a electronic blackout where they don't have electricity, where their internet is cut off because it's completely controlled by Israel, and they manage to get these images and videos out of a blockade, and we are simply republishing them to try to convince Americans to stop giving, as I said before, 70%, 70% of the war's costs. If America stopped, Israel would have to stop the genocide. So it's important for us to explain to Americans what our own government is doing.
And keep repeating and repeating and repeating, because it is necessary to contextualize the fact that, yes, this is an Israeli genocide, but de facto it is also an American genocide.
You fraud. The main effect of this has been to create a population of people in a constant state of
The
blood.
United States is not a sponsor of Israeli genocide. The United States is a partner in Israeli genocide.
Boiling rage with no consequential political outlet. I just elected the mayor of New York City. The next mayor of New York motherfucking City. I have a consequential outlet. And when I say me, I mean all of us together. We have a completely consequential political outlet, and it's going to continue to be consequential because where you stood on this genocide will haunt you for the rest of your—
As it should, motherfucker!
Your life, and you have no excuse. This isn't October of 2023. This is July of 2025. There is no excuse. I fear this may be outlet, and it's going to continue to be consequential because where you stood on this genocide will haunt you for the rest of your life, and you have no excuse. This isn't October of 2023. This is July of 2025. There is no excuse. I fear this—
Yeah, brother Mike. Say it like you mean it, brother. Yeah. That's my guy right there. That is my beautiful boy. That is my beautiful boy right there. Yeah, brother.
May be worse than useless. Anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are conceptually not the same, and conflating them is dangerous. And then she proceeds to conflate them. But in practice— so wait, you're doing the dangerous thing. You're doing the thing you just said is dangerous. How dare you? The way Israel is perceived does seep out in attitudes towards Jews in general. Absolute bullshit. Total fucking lie. Except for people like yourself who create equivalence between Israel and—
I mean, no, Mike, you're wrong. She's right. She's completely right. The way Israel is perceived does seep out into attitudes towards Jews in general. This is correct. What do I mean? Israel committing genocide in the name of all Jews, without, of course, asking all Jews, does seep over into anti-Semitism because people are conflating Jews with the state of Israel, which is saying that it is doing in the name of all Jews. So in a way she didn't want to state at all, she is right. Not how she wanted to be right, but she's right.
And Jewish people, that's the biggest risk of anti-Semitism growing, is seeing people like you justify the murder of children and babies and starvation of populations in the name of Israel, which claims to be a Jewish state, which you support that. You support that. I don't think Jews who feel isolated and wary of the current atmosphere are simply hysterical or hallucinating. In what way are Jews isolated in this society? You are completely hallucinating. There is a genocide going on. What about Arabs? What about Muslims in our society? How are they feeling? Palestinians are being shot down on the street for being Palestinian. Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. I'm not traumatized. I'm not in Palestine. I'm looking at a monitor. I'm looking at a screen. This is not trauma. This is information. The people who are going through it are traumatized. How dare you clutch—
Who will think of the people watching at their screens? I mean, even if you're thinking about the people getting traumatized by looking at the screens, who's causing the trauma? The content creators. And who are the content creators? Israel, okay? The content would not be there. The content of dead children, limbless, in the arms of their mothers, okay? We would not have that content to traumatize us. Poor people of the first world, who will think of them and the traumas? Without Israel doing what Israel is doing.
Pearls. You used to be an Islamophobic racist yourself, didn't you? Isn't that in your past? Didn't you start posting about how Islam is not compatible with the West?
And so you're kind of put in this very difficult this bind, right? Where if you're a little too Pollyanna-ish about Islam, then you're on the threshold of essentially being an alibi to a very backward and patriarchal religion.
Is that one of your old content?
Wait, what?
By to a very backward and patriarchal.
Compared to what? Other religions? Why are we specifically talking about Islam and not addressing the other ones? Because of Islamophobia, right? When somebody is an atheist and they don't fuck with any religion whatsoever, that's a relatively principled take. when somebody's an atheist, but they all the time only talk about Islam, that's Islamophobia. You get my fucking point?
Religion.
Was that one of your old content, the beginning of your content? That's what you got started on YouTube with, right? Islam, reform or get out. ContraPoints made her start on the internet making
What the hell? Your uncle didn't know about this. I did not know. What the fuck? What the fuck? Somebody got a link to this? It's completely been scrubbed. Anybody got a link? Yo, chat, do your thing. Chat, do your thing. It has to exist. Come on, no. It would have made for funny content. I don't think it's a good idea to play that video. Why, my friend? She took vids down from before on Dysphoria. Okay, I'll not show the screen. No problem. I'll just listen to the audio. Okay, I'll try and find some transcript. I don't want to fuck it up.
Anti-Islam extremist content. She fundamentally agrees with American imperialism in the Middle.
Yeah, because audio can also cause us for yeah. If I can find a transcript, that might be, I don't know. Okay.
Middle East. Islam, reform, or get out. I guess you didn't change your opinions as much as I thought. I was very naive. I thought you had changed. Much of the online left.
Fair point, chat. Thank you. Ironically, fair point. God bless. Yeah, thank you, guys.
I've spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine and the complicity of Democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. This campaign had the following effects. That is not true. This is absolutely not the case. In fact, I was famously very willing to support Kamala Harris if she said she would force a ceasefire in Gaza. I didn't say she had to dismantle Israel. I didn't say she had to sanction Israel. All I wanted her to say is, I will change policy from Biden. That's all I asked for. And a couple small concessions to the left that wasn't just enacting Trump's 2016 immigration platform and wanting to fight wars with Iran and China. And she offered none of it. In fact, she spat in our faces by refusing to even allow a Palestinian who endorsed her to speak at the convention. It may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guarantee that the U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years and make a protest against Israel both riskier and less effective. Hey, dumbass. Hey, put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu. We just covered that earlier. Trump is also, incidentally, a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfectly enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. So in other words, you don't care about Palestinian children being murdered, but I'm supposed to care about you? You don't care about this?
Yes, and I think that's a great point to kill it. Obviously, everyone, go and subscribe to Mike's Highlights channel. All of you probably follow Mike on Twitch. If you didn't, fucking do it. Can I get a shout out to Mike? Because he's on Twitch and we're stealing his content. God damn it! Goddamn content stealing motherfuckers! Goddamn brother! Son of a bitch! Son of a baby! Shuka. And I'll send you over to the fucking motherfucking Turk right now. Go say hi. Be loud. Get us some people over. Get some people to join our little community over here. Okay, what the hell? Chat, that was sick, man. That was a sick stream. That was a great fucking stream. Always Sunday stream, just pop off different. Thank you to everybody who subscribed. Thank you to everybody who has clicked the follow button. If you're here and you have not done so yet, it's literally just a click. It doesn't cost you anything. It really helps out with my algorithm, so please do so. Follow me on all the fucking social media. Join my unhinged Discord community of 4,000 unyielding, annoying fucking communists and anarchists. What a day. What a great stream. I had a lot of fucking fun. I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did as well. Now we officially know that Yugopnik's chat is what? It is a circumcised chat. We learned that the grifter to grifter pipeline is stronger than ever. That material conditions can change one's worldview, even if they manage to get said improvement of material conditions by pushing for progressive politics. And the main thing that I want you to get out of this whole thing, like more systemic thinking, is to always be vigilant on who you're getting information from, and make sure to recognize a grifter as such as soon as possible. And the main way you can do so is by not looking at what they're posting, but looking at what they're not posting. And CONTRAPOINTS taking so long to not say anything about an act of genocide says more than anything else. With that being said, I will see you next week. I will post the schedule. Next Sunday, unfortunately, I will not be streaming because I'm going to a wedding of somebody all of you know really, really well. I'll just leave it at that. Now, go over to Hassan's stream, have fun, and enjoy your day. Thank you, Zagi420, for that final prime. And let's go. I love you guys.